That's a really slow hand clap. Let's all clap a bit louder. Players are making their way onto the field of play. Day 4 is about to get underway between Kent and Lancashire here at Canterbury, despite the fact that it's been sunny for the last 45 minutes. But anyway, you wait 40 minutes to play 40 minutes before you get 40 minutes off for lunch, and then cricket doesn't help itself sometimes. But we have managed to dodge some of the rain this morning, at least in the east of the county, despite some pretty ugly black clouds skirting around the ground. At one point it looked like it was raining from the blue skies. Or at least, what did I say, Scott? I said, where's the rain coming from? And you said, the sky. So that was pretty fair. I'm Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, Scott Reid from BBC Radio Lancashire. Kent are about to resume 206 for 5, leading by 215. If the rain stays away, we might even have a reasonable conclusion and interesting day's cricket, Scott.
Yeah, we could, couldn't we? Yeah. We don't know whether Compton's going to bite. We're assuming that he's not, because he hasn't appeared yet. But 200 in front with 5 wickets left. And
Hartley bowling to Ekansh Singh. Back he goes and plays defensively into the onside. I did see Ben Compton earlier on sat on the balcony with a coffee in hand in his training gear.
Okay.
I can see Matt Quinn padded up on the balcony. So I'm guessing probably Ben Compton won't be involved due to injury, as Ekansh Singh is absolutely laid into this one. He's smashed it for 6th second ball of the day. It was a proper long hop from Hartley. And, Singh, having batted for 95 deliveries yesterday for 30 runs, has absolutely clobbered that. And a very polite young man he was too when I chatted to him last night.
Very nice.
Having flagged Jaden Denley down from halfway across the ground and got him to park up and come and speak to us for 4 minutes. Then spoke to Ekansh as well, so got a double bubble for the post-day interviewers. The other England Under-19 international pushes up towards mid-off end of the over.
It wasn't ideal, that, when you said, I'm going to speak to Jaden Denley. Oh, hang on, Jaden Denley's walking across the outfield, back towards his car.
Yeah.
Well done,
there was a slight panic in me. I looked to our left, towards where the other press were seated. One of them looked at me with his hands out, and then I hollered at one of the players to go talk to Jaden. So credit to Ben Dawkins for passing on the message, stitching up his mate probably. Poor Ekansh was probably the victim on the basis that he had to get changed and showered while everyone else was ready to escape the ground as quick as possible once it got officially called off after play yesterday.
Seemed to happen quite quickly, didn't it? Yesterday?
It did. I think the players were leaving the ground before we even officially knew that it was off.
Yeah. Mitchell Stanley from the Nackington Road end with Rizvi on strike. Has that pinned him in front? It has. So it's the 3rd wicket of the innings for Mitchell Stanley. It's an 8th in the match for him. And Kent lose a wicket early on this final day. So they're 6 down. Stanley trapping Mo Rizvi LBW for naught.
He looked like he got in a real pickle there, Rizvi. I'm going to get a look at the replay now, and I suspect it may have been pretty plumb. Yes.
Right.
Looks like it's hammering into definitely leg. Maybe a bit of middle and leg. But yeah, Rizvi, it was almost like he tried to react to the ball, but his front leg got stuck and was plonked in front of the stumps. And he tried to kind of dart out the way to stop the umpire from having a real good view and real good look at it. And so he goes without scoring. And he'll bring young Matt Parkinson to the crease.
Yes. Heading out with Kent leading by 221 runs.
Yeah, the the figure being quoted around members who are in the ground is 250 a lead.
Right.
I feel like 250 lead seems sensible. It's probably almost too many, considering the amount of time left in the game and if there's going to be rain later. But it feels like a reasonable number to make it an interesting and enticing, perhaps, chase for Lancashire, who might want to go at it hard and get some practice for finals day, possibly.
Well, the opening pair are Jennings and Wells, who will almost certainly open the batting on Saturday in the semi-final. Stanley's Parkinson just drops his hands. Through it goes to Hurst. Well, let's hope that we get kind of no further interruptions, because it could be quite a decent finish, couldn't it? I have no idea what Lancashire would be thinking, but I can't imagine a reason why they wouldn't at least try and have a go and see if they can try and win the game. So we'll take potentially 3 more wickets, isn't it?
Yeah.
For
Yes,
losing Compton out.
and we're into the bowlers now, so it's going to be Parkinson, Quinn to come out next.
Stanley to Parkinson. Oh, he's bowled him. He's dragged it on an inside edge. Back onto his stumps. And second wicket in the over for Stanley. And he's arrowing in on potentially 10 wickets in the match, is Mitchell Stanley. He's now got 9. He's bowled Parkinson for 0, 212 for 7. Kent.
And that was an uncharacteristically loose stroke from Matt Parkinson. Admittedly, having seen the replay, he's dragged it from miles outside the off stump. It was plenty of width on offer, actually, from Stanley. And unfortunately for Matt Parkinson, he's contrived to chop that onto his own off stump, which he probably couldn't have done on purpose if he'd have tried, really.
Yes, it's quite wide, wasn't it, looking back on that?
Yeah, it really was. So, well, Stanley, who looked mightily dangerous and threatening yesterday without getting perhaps all the rewards that he deserved, has seen the break in the clouds and thought, I quite fancy some more wickets here, and has helped himself. So Matt Quinn wanders out to bat at number 9 for Kent, with Mikey Cohen to come at 10 presumably, and that'll probably be that if Ben Compton's not going to bat. He is here, Ben Compton, so I wonder if there is some frantic putting on of pads and strapping up of said injury, whether he might be forced into batting for 10 minutes or so if Kent feel like they need a few more runs.
Yes, all this kind of dates back to the injury, the collision between Compton and Mie on the first day. Stanley to Quinn, playing missing. Mie and Compton coming back to run a second, and they collided. It was a pretty nasty collision, and it was both battered on for a bit, but then until they obviously both got out. But then since then, Mie has been concussioned out of the game, so Joe Denley his replacement. But because even though the incident was the same thing, Compton's injuries has happened in the same instance as Mie's, because it's not a concussion. That's pushed away to mid-off by Quinn. There's no run. It looked like a wrist injury, didn't it? The Compton obviously cannot be subbed out the game.
And obviously it will probably have knock-on effect for next week as well, in that Tawanda Mie presumably can't play next week due to concussion protocols, whereas Ben Compton would be able to, assuming that wrist is okay. He'll want to add to his rather large run tally for the season, I would imagine.
Final ball of the over. It's Stanley to Quinn with a bit of extra bounce and lift through to Hurst. Excellent stuff from Stanley. double wicket maiden for Mitchell Stanley. He's now got 4 for 55 in this second innings, with Kent 212 for 7, leading by 221 runs.
Yeah, the Kent Player of the Year vote, which is available to supporters, is open at the moment.
Right.
Ben Compton being widely tipped by people I've spoken to for said prize. Harry Finch won it last year.
1,200 runs opening the batting, averaging 60 with 5 centuries in a team that's bottom.
It's not a bad effort, is it?
It's a pretty decent effort, yeah.
Got 50 in the One Day Cup as well before they started picking the kids. So yeah, he's got a pretty decent run haul for the summer. Tom Bailey going to replace Tom Hartley from the pavilion end. Full delivery to Akansh Singh, which has been gorgeously driven through the covers for 4. Well, he was very much digging in yesterday, the youngster, and today he's already biffed Hartley for 6 and driven Bailey for 4 within the space of about 4 balls.
Yeah, glorious looking shot.
So well played, young man. We're now into the nervous 40s for Akansh Singh. So he lets this one go outside the off stump. We did share a little joke last night about the amount of times he'd got out in the 40s this year.
Right. Which
is, as a young player coming up and stepping up into the first team, getting some consistent 40s is not a bad start. You just probably want to kick on and get a few more 50s, which he has managed to at least get his first one. Defending this one away into the offside. So I hope he's feeling mentally confident and not bogged down by somebody reminding him how many times he's got out in the 40s this year.
It's not good from you, that, Ben.
It's not ideal, is it?
No, it's not good.
I mean, I am just stating facts, admittedly, but he's facing up here to Tom Bailey, the 19-year-old from Orpington, clipping into the onside, straight to the fielder. Yeah, went to Chud School in Tunbridge, not far from my neck of the woods. In fact, I think my uncle went there, actually. But no family members have played with their coach in his younger days, I can confirm. Yeah, so 48 against Sussex at Arundel in the One Day Cup, which I was there for, actually, which was a beautiful scene. It's defended away into the offside. Out-ground cricket in the One Day Cup is my favourite thing.
It's perfect for it, isn't it?
It really is great. And Arundel was absolutely packed to the rafters for that game.
Nice.
Yeah, 48 in that one. He got 45 at Beckenham against Durham, 42 against Warwickshire at Rugby, 21 at Beckenham against Lancashire, of course, which you were there for, Scott. 31 against Somerset at Canterbury. As he edges, and it's all dropped. It was a hard chance for Keaton Jennings, going low to his right. Akansh Singh remains there on 40 with Kent 216 for 7, leading by 225. And then finally the half century coming against Yorkshire here at Canterbury in Kent's last game of the One Day Cup, making 71. And even took 3 for that day, so he had a very fine day indeed. But got 100 for the England under-19s in the youth test at Chelmsford in July as well. So it's been pretty good 6 weeks for Akansh Singh.
Well, can he cap it off with a little 50 here? He's playing very nicely for his 40 so far. Quinn's on strike. Stanley sets off again. Balls to Quinn, shuffled away towards the leg side. Up to mid-wicket boundary. There'll be 4 runs to get Quinn off the mark. Push Kent to 220 for 7.
Akansh Singh's highest first-class score for Kent is, yep, you guessed it, 49.
Right.
So that was prior to the One Day Cup and the previous 40s I'd read out. So hence the joke about him getting out into 40s and getting the life in that previous over with Jennings dropping it. And Yeah, we're currently getting to witness one of my other favourite things right now, which is Matt Quinn batting.
It was a bit of a stand there and wallop it type, wasn't it?
There's always entertainment when Matt Quinn's got bat in hand.
Short-legged leg slip, a couple of slips in a gully. Oh, he's found a gap through the offside. Lovely shot. Gives himself a little bit of room and drives away through extra cover. It is a slower outfield today than what we witnessed on the first couple of days, but there's been a bit of rain around today and yesterday. Doesn't quite reach the boundary for 4. He'll come back for 2.
I think my 2 favourite Matt Quinn batting moments, one at Northants where he hit a 6 into somebody's garden.
Excellent.
And then there was a piece of commentary that Nicky Chowdhury and I were on the mic for when he came out to bat at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. And Kent were perhaps on the verge of a little declaration.
Stanley comes in to Quinn. Oh, it's deflected away past the reach of Hurst. And leg by as he's just come off his hip. Off his thigh pad down towards the boundary for 4 leg buys. So Quinn remains on 6, but the score moves to 2-6 for 7.
Yeah, Nicky and I were kind of trying to guess what was going on tactically. We're thinking, why have Kent just not declared? Why is he coming out to bat here? Surely he's not going to come out just for 1 ball, is he? Can you imagine if he just came out, hit it for 6, bosh, walked off, and of course that was exactly what happened. Had a big swing, cleared the rope, tucked his bat under his arm, walked off. They declared.
Superb.
It was amazing. It was so funny.
And he's outstanding. Wallop it for 6. Off you go. Stanley to Quinn. He's gone again. Oh, big thick top edge. He's gone just beyond the proper meat of the glove for Hurst. He's gone down to the boundary for 4. I think he got something on him, but maybe just kind of the webbing, the top of the webbing of the glove. And he didn't manage to cling on to it. Stanley is on the hunt for his 5th wicket in the innings and his 10th in the match, and probably felt he almost had it there.
Said it was going to be entertaining. Matt Quinn always delivers when he's got the bat in hand. 4-2, leg buys, drop that's gone for 4.
2:30 for 7. Stanley to Quinn, clobbered away towards the onside. It beats the man inside at short mid-wicket, and it's 4 more. It's gone to Balderson's left. That's the 3rd boundary of the over. One which was shovelled out through the onside, one which was drilled through extra cover, one which was top-edged over the keeper. It's been good fun though. 2:34 for 7, lead of 243.
Yeah, absolutely. That lead's suddenly catapulted up towards 250, hasn't it?
Final ball of the over for Mitchell Stanley.
I think Kent might need to give Matt Quinn a new contract just for his batting, to be honest, just for the entertainment value for spectators when he's fit enough to be out in the park. Never mind the 4 he took in the first innings.
Stanley to Quinn, big top edge again, clears the slips down towards the boundary, and another 4 for Quinn. And Mitchell Stanley stands there scratching his chin and rubs his fingers across his face. He felt like he was within an inch or 2 of his 10th wicket of the match in that over, but in the end he's seen a couple of top edges fly over the keeper of the slips, and he's been walloped away for another boundary or 2 as well. That pushes the lead to 247. Quinn moves on to 18, 238 for 7.
Well, that was amazing. He's got a 200 strike rate, 18 off 9 balls. And, I mean, that was worth the wait / the entrance fee alone, I think, for day 4. Ekansh Singh back onto strike, Tom Bailey to him. There we go, there's a proper cricket shot.
Disappointing.
Gets him behind it and plays very straight back up the pitch.
Magnificent contrast from one end to the other, isn't it?
That really was. So let's just go back through that previous over, just for the sake of my own enjoyment. I apologise to Mitch Stanley and his followers, as this one defended away by Ekansh Singh. But if there's any consolation for Mitch Stanley, that 5th wicket feels close. It could come at any moment. but that previous over. In fact, I'll probably just tell everyone about it in the update, which is about to kick in. Here comes Bailey, pushed away into the offside by Ekansh Singh, and he comes through for a single. Oh, Mike, I'm having a wonderful time. The sun is shining. We've finally got some cricket. As of 12:15, the players going back out there. Kent resuming on 206 for 5. They lost 2 quick wickets. Mitch Stanley running in and getting Mo Rizvi out. LBW for naught. Cleaned up Matt Parkinson courtesy of a big chop on in the same over. But his previous over to Matt Quinn, first ball went for 4, the second one for 2, then there was 4 leg byes, another boundary from Matt Quinn, another boundary and another boundary as Quinn set about duly either chopping the ball over the keeper. There was one, the keeper got a hand on it and it still went for 4, another one into the leg side, another one over the top of the keeper's head, just swinging the bat and having a generally wonderful time. He's gone from 18 off 9 deliveries to 19 off 10 with a single. Ekansh Singh is out there hunting a first-class best for Kent, the England under-19 batter, on 41 not out. The lead is up to 249, so Lancashire would require 250 to win. That's around about the target that many people thought might be a good total for Kent to try and set the visitors in the remaining, 64 overs we've got today, having lost 28 due to rain earlier on. So, yeah, this game feels nicely poised as long as the rain can stay away this afternoon. But it's sunny at the moment, and commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website, with Kent on 240 for 7 in their second innings against Lancashire at Canterbury. Here comes Bailey again to Singh. Defends sensibly into the offside. That's the end of the over, and Stanley v Quinn shall resume.
Yes. Yeah. Just looking at some of the other games around the country, some good finishes. With, I mean, obviously lunch had been taken at quite a few of these games, as it should be here. We started on time at 10:30, but what's caught my eye in Division 1 is the Worcestershire-Nottinghamshire game. We're not so looking to beat Worcestershire. They need 45 more runs to win, but they are 91 for 6 in that game at New Road. Here is Stanley then to Quinn. Steps to the leg side. Gets out the way of it and then rolls a few extra paces.
Amazing. He didn't just kind of get out the way there. He's absolutely flung himself to the deck.
Yeah. Grumpy fast bowler, fed up of being hit for top edges. Bangs one in short.
Yeah, in fairness,
Quinn hops out the way.
Bowl a short one and maybe the really full straight one would be a good plan for Stanley.
240 for 7. So here's Stanley looking for his 10th of the match. In and bowls to Quinn. It's driven to mid on.
Yeah, in fairness to Quinn there, I think he's pretty much picked the full straight one. Lined himself up for it.
He's got rid of some of these close catches. There was 2 slips, gully, short leg slip at one point, about 10 minutes ago. But he's managed to get a few out towards the boundary. Like as you're thinking there's a chance for those leg side boundary catches, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. There's a fine leg. Stanley to Quinn, no ball as he hits it back over the bowler's head, and that'll be 4 to bring up a lead of 250. For Kent, it was clubbed straight by Quinn off a no ball. So that's 255 now, the lead, with 6 coming off that delivery. Quinn to 23 from just 13.
Yeah, he's backed away to the leg side and then played a shoveling straight drive back over the bowler's head. Mitch Stanley is looking thoroughly miffed.
Yes. Can he have the final say? Oh, Quinn opens up the offside and hammers it up and over. Extra cover out towards the boundary for 4 more. Well, the first ball had him hopping out the way. The third ball of the over has him stepping to the leg side and hammering it up and over extra cover to bring up the 250 for Kent.
And that's an outrageous shot. It
God,
really
enjoyed
is.
that, didn't he?
Yeah, he almost puffed his chest out in the direction of the dressing room a little bit after that one.
So he's 27 not out from just 14 deliveries now. 250 for 7, Kent. Stanley in to Quinn, who goes across the stumps. In the end, he toe pokes it out towards cover. He's trying to kind of scoop it over the shoulder down towards the fine leg boundary. He's getting very creative here. But in the end, it's the old toe poke to cover, as it became as he went across the stumps.
Someone was watching Joss Butler bat last night at Cardiff in the 9 overs against 5 over game. Well, it ended up being 7.5 against 5, but yeah, he actually got himself in an okay position to play it. Just snooker cued it off the toe end of the bat.
251 for 7. Lead 260. Stanley to Singh. Meanwhile, Singh just plays the most immaculate forward defensive.
Ekant Singh is in the little Ben Compton bubble, isn't he? He's just, I'm going to do my thing. Never mind what's going on at the other end. Speaking of Ben, he might not have to bat now. I think he can probably be spared. If there was a quick mad rush to put his pads on in case, I think he's probably taken them off now.
Right.
Thanks to Matt Quinn's 28 or 15 balls.
Final ball of the over. Stanley to Singh. Again, superbly forward in defence. I just love that contrast between the two batters in that over. Quinn dancing all over the crease, trying to find ways to hit it or duck it. And Akash Singh just going forward and playing nicely, correctly in defence. You couldn't really have a greater contrast between the two approaches. 251 for 7. Kent lead by 260.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun for the home supporters that have been frustrated by the weather over the last day and a bit, but have made it out into the sunshine today. It's actually quite nice and warm out there. It's not as breezy and windy as yesterday. As the Bailey is in and bowling to Quinn. Slower ball and he's whopped it over his head for 4. Actually weighted that one very nicely indeed.
It did, yeah. Picked the Bailey slower ball and as you say, wallops it back over his head for 4.
It was a couple of bounces and over the rope. Wasn't necessarily the cleanest of his strikes, but it moves him on to 32 off 16, so he's back up at 200 strike rate. Bailey bowling to him again. Oh, he's whipped this leg side. Oh, that actually bounces once and then goes into the hands of the fielder at mid-wicket. There was a bit of panache about that stroke.
Would there be anything more irritating for Tom Bailey and Mitchell Stanley than watching Matt Quinn do this, do you reckon?
I must admit, as a club cricket player myself, if I was bowling right now, I'd be going absolutely... I would be boiling over, let's just say that. This was defended away out towards mid-off as my figures were being completely tattered all over the shop by a bowler on paper, plonking it everywhere at 200 strike rate. Normality resuming with that dot ball to Quinn, to Singh rather. He's on strike here to Bailey, who bowls once more, and it's pulled in the air by Akansh Singh, but the fielders are out on the leg side at fine leg, deep square and deep mid wicket, so it is safe. And they come through for a single. Singh to 42. The field spreads once again. There's a third man, deep point, all those leg side fielders that I mentioned. One slip, cover mid on, mid off, and an orthodox mid wicket, in fact. That's Bailey bowls, full and straight, no ball though. Front foot overstep as it was jammed back in his direction by Matt Quinn. 33 from 18 for the New Zealand born bowler. Born in Auckland, former Essex player of course. Short ball, has a big old swipe at this but plays and misses. Yeah, actually played for New Zealand up until under 19 level, Matt Quinn, before heading over to play for Essex, taking advantage of his British passport. A good 10 years or so ago now. On strike here to Bailey. Short ball again, he tries to swat a fly out of his kitchen and misses. So end of the over, Bailey bending his back for those last couple of deliveries in a refusal to be slapped around again. In fact, mostly it's been Stanley, hasn't it? But Bailey heading a little bit of the treatment as well. So Quinn 33 off 20. Akansh Singh 42 off 113. Stanley to continue in search of that 10th wicket in the match and a second fifer.
Yep, 270 in front now and 62 left. Singh on 42. Here's Stanley to Singh. That's chipped in the air but nicely played in between mid wicket and mid on. And he'll get 4. And he's eyeing up his 50. It does bring up the 50 partnership between Singh and Quinn. Taking 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes, 36 balls to bring up this 51 run partnership.
33 of course.
33 to Quinn.
By Quinn. 10 from Akansh Singh. Thanks Akansh. The recognised batter. Final contribution in the half century stand.
Takes him to 46, not out. Stanley to Singh off the back foot and defending. Drops into the offside for no run.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I chatted to him last night. He's a thoroughly polite young man. I regaled him with a probably quite boring anecdote about how he was having a net at Tunbridge School, a little one-on-one with one of the Kent coaches, Mark Decker, and a couple of nets down there was some much lower standard cricket going on as my club team were having a bit of a pre-season net at the same time.
Comes Stanley bowls, short ball, he plays it well, Singh whips it down into the ground out towards Wells at mid wicket for no run.
But yeah, ever since then I often get text messages from the boys going, oh, that lad that was having that net with us has got some runs for Kent today. Is that him in the team? Yeah, it is. So they've been following his fledgling career ever since, seeing him bosh a few in the nets and thinking, oh, he looks decent.
Waits for Stanley. Full toss, which is punched to mid-on.
He'll feel like he slightly missed out there. Albeit those can sometimes be the wicket-taking balls.
Yeah, probably, as he's eyeing up a maiden 50 in first-class cricket.
Bit more cricket around elsewhere today, which is nice to see.
Yeah, potentially some decent finishes on.
You and I were marvelling at how close it is at the bottom of Division 1, actually.
It is with the Hampshire points deduction as well. Stanley to Singh. Clips it to mid-on for no run. If you didn't see that news, Hampshire docked 8 points, fined £5,000 for a pitch in a game against I think it might have been Worcestershire, but either way it was for a poor pitch or below standard pitch, whatever the phrase is. So they've been knocked 8 points off their tally, which drops them right down the division. They're only Durham and Worcestershire below them now in Division 1. Worked off the hip by Singh down to fine leg. Takes one, keeps the strike, moves to 47. 264 for 7, so a lead of 273 with 61 overs remaining today.
I'm informed that the Ben Compton is actually padded up on the balcony.
Okay.
So yeah, as we suggested, when Kent lost those couple of quick wickets, they might have been thinking, "Oh, Compo, you need to strap the pads on here." And then Matt Quinn has duly hit 33 off 20 balls, and Kent have suddenly got a 270 run lead, which is beginning to look like it's an unlikely victory target for Lancashire. Albeit they might like to come out and have a swing of the bat themselves, perhaps, to warm up for finals day. Tom Hartley's going to come back on here, having bowled the first 2-3 balls of the day to finish off his over from last night, when he came on because the umpires said it was too dark for the seamers. So Ekansh Singh on 47 is on strike and having a long conversation with Matt Quinn. There's leg side fielders out at long on, deep mid wicket, deep square and long leg, slip, point, cover, deepish mid off. So there's an easy single here for Ekansh Singh if he wants it. Tries to turn it away leg side and it hits the thigh pad. Yorkshire 60 for 6 in there.
Oh dear.
Is that their first innings against Somerset? Hartley bowls. Ekansh Singh up and over the top of cover and away for 4 to bring up a maiden half century in first class cricket for Kent. Well played, that man. 121 balls, 5 fours and a 6. He dug in on day 3 with the sun out on day 4. He's managed to get himself out of the nervous 40s. He's been dismissed in the 40s a number of times in the One Day Cup, and his previous best for Kent in this format was 49, and he's got there with a boundary. So he's to 51, Kent to 268 for 7, and the lead 277 as he whips away leg side and doesn't take a single here.
Should have been watching how well Matt Quinn's been batting.
Well, seemingly Matt Quinn has had a word with him and said,
"You take Hartley.
You take the spinner and I'll take the seam up the other end, thanks very much. I don't actually fancy this left arm." Here comes Hartley again. A little bit of turn, which Singh just pats back up the pitch. We've only got a few minutes until lunch, of course.
Yeah, 1 o'clock, isn't it?
So we're going to have 40 minutes of glorious sunshine while nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Having had 45 minutes of action.
Mm-hmm.
Hartley bowls. Singh now plays into the onside for a single and says to Matt Quinn, have a couple of balls against Tom Hartley. Slightly strange decision to start farming the strike now, perhaps. Maybe Matt Quinn really fancies a red inker here. Hartley bowls to him. He lets it go outside the off stump. The umpires have decided that's the end of the over.
Fair enough.
The scoreboard on the board says there was a ball left, but it's over. So he only had one ball to face in the end.
That Yorkshire score was their first innings. Yeah, the game at Taunton has been quite badly affected all week, hasn't it, with the weather? So Yorkshire's 60 for 6, but first innings replying to Somerset's 440 for 6 declared.
They might be struggling to get some batting points. I think they might have well have been 6 balls in that previous over, in fact.
Excellent. Nottinghamshire 91 for 6, require 45 runs with 4 wickets remaining, so it's a good finish heading into the afternoon session at New Road. Worcester's a win for the Worcester boys keeps them well within a shout of trying to stay up, especially with Hampshire's points deduction.
Well, Sussex have been somewhat saved by the weather down in Brighton and Hove at the minute, aren't they?
Yes.
I don't think did they play at all yesterday? Definitely barely played yesterday.
No, I don't think they did. Won't be Mitchell Stanley, it'll be Luke Wells to sing. It's off the back foot. It's driven through mid-on, but for no run.
And seemingly, Ekansh Singh's going to keep hoarding the strike here, which feels like a slightly peculiar turn of events.
Wells with some leg spin in to Singh. Comes off the inner half of the bat and just deflects away towards the leg side. And jogs through this time for a single. Turned the first one down, but takes a single off the second. Moves to 53, 270 for 7. Brings Quinn on strike.
It's almost like Matt Quinn's turned around and said, "I've had my fun now.
Yeah.
Should we play a bit more properly?"
Oh, it's a bit boring.
It is a little bit.
Lead 279. Wells to Quinn. Goes back and across and very watchfully tapped the ball away into the offside. Only by a few inches toward the offside. It's actually keeper Matt Hurst that comes from behind the stumps to scoop it up. Hands it back to Wells. He's bringing his man up from the long on boundary in probably by 20 yards or so. And that's Will Williams. There's a deep mid wicket. There's a deep backward square leg. One slip. Wells to Quinn. And just steer down towards the gully region where it's fielded by Jones.
Yeah, seemingly Matt Quinn preferring to have the pace on the ball for him to enjoy rather than having to generate it himself.
Wells to Quinn. Chopped away into the offside. Bohannon swings around to his left from cover to field. Wells is pointing here. Where's he pointing to? He wants Jennings to go from slip to short leg. And he wants Hartley. Oh, hang on. He's gone from mid-wicket to backward point, and Jones comes in at slip. And Bohannon, who was at cover, goes to the leg side. So, all change. So 2 catches around the bat now with the slip and the short leg. Wells to Quinn. Back and across and popped away into the offside. And that will be the end of the over. Wells might get a second before the lunch break.
Well, if he wants a second before the lunch break, perhaps the fielding change and the changes suggesting that he wasn't necessarily in a hurry.
No, true. Not a massive hurry here, are they? Either.
Will King come out to bat after the lunch break is the question. My feeling is they probably don't need to. 280 is going to be a significant chase in the time remaining in the game. As Hartley bowls to Ekansh Singh, plays off the back foot. Depends how desperate Kent are to try and win the game. Obviously nothing really on it for them in terms of the table, other than trying to get a rare win. As Hartley tosses this one up, clipped away by Ekansh Singh out towards long on for a single. Yeah, Kent haven't won a game in the county championship since match day 2.
Right.
They've won their first 2 games and haven't collected a victory since. 4 draws and 5 defeats since beating Northamptonshire at Northampton, and then I think it was Middlesex, their second game here. As Hartley bowls here to Matt Quinn. Plops forward on the front foot and defends.
Yeah, not many wins between these two sides this season.
No, you would expect the two teams coming down from Division 1 to have perhaps fared slightly better than they have managed. As there's a shout for LBW as it was fired in towards the pads by Hartley. It was a brief appeal. Yeah, 145 run win for Kent at Northamptonshire, when Keith Dudge and the overseas starred before picking up an injury, which subsequently put him out for the season. He's coming back next season. Hopefully once that knee is nice and right. And then, yeah, won by 8 wickets against Middlesex here on the second game. Actually chased down 316 they ended up on for the loss of just 2 wickets. Compton and Mayeye both getting hundreds. And haven't won since. And that was in the middle of April in the county championship. Hartley comes around the wicket, or over the wicket rather. The slow left arm bowler to Matt Quinn. And he defends into the onside. And we're a minute away from lunch here. So this could be the final ball of what has been a short, sharp and entertaining session. Matt Quinn somewhat pads it away. And Hartley picks it up. Umpires will look at their watches. Are we going to have one final over? Wells hands his cap to the umpire. Takes off his jumper as well. Maybe we shall. I mean, we might as well. It's a lovely day all of a sudden here in Canterbury. Blue sky wherever you look. Ugly grey clouds have wandered off.
Yeah, terrific day now, isn't it? Ending as we've started, really. The first 2 days were lovely. Done well to dodge quite a bit of showers, haven't we, today, actually? Worked through the offside by Singh for a single. I know we had some rain around, but by the looks of it, we missed quite a lot.
Yeah, I think you're right. We did have some rain, but at the same time, there were some really ugly clouds that passed by beyond the old Dover Road.
So 5 balls until lunch. There's Quinn. Shuffles this one away into the offside for no run.
I feel like the weather's been coming from a slightly different direction today. A little bit more over the Cowdrey stand than over the hospital side of the ground.
Wells to Quinn. He's walloped that out towards the leg side. And that'll be 4. And he's played a couple of very careful, cautious defensive shots. And decides to whip that away to mid-wicket for 4. He moves on to 37, 276 for 7.
Thank you, Scott. Who's off to update BBC Radio Lancashire. Yeah, couldn't resist there, Matt Quinn. Tapping into his more natural instincts with the bat that we already saw when he had a strike rate of up towards 200. He's now 37 off 31. Lancashire, like Kent, just a couple of wins in the championship this season. As Quinn plays back to Wells. Wells once more. Ooh, inside edge onto the pad. And then drops away safely on the offside. Matty Hurst behind the stumps with his hands on his head. Can't quite believe that hasn't clanged into the stumps. So now this will likely be the final ball of the session. Quinn goes back and defends. Tucks his bat under his arm. Unstraps his gloves. Can't Singh doing likewise, having taken off his lid up the other end. And the two come together for a little shake of hands and done, old boy. Well done, young man. Between the two of them. Little smattering of applause as the players head off to lunch. No doubt frustrating for the supporters that they weren't able to see a little bit more of that. But we will now have a 40-minute break with Lancashire 55 not out. Batted for a long time yesterday in the gloom and in some really tricky conditions, and with the sun out today, it's second ball for 6, a little long hop from Tom Hartley. Drove one beautifully for 4 into the offside to get into the 40s, and then another boundary which brought about a first half century in first class cricket and red ball cricket for Kent. Having got 100 for his Durham Uni side in the MCC U or county fixture or whatever they're called these days at the start of the season, and 100 for England under 19s in a youth test as well this summer. But this is new best score in this format for Kent. 55 not out for teenager Lancashire, and then Matt Quinn a thoroughly entertaining 37 off 34 balls. Mitch Stanley left agonisingly short of a tenfer. 4 wickets in the second innings for him, having removed Parkinson and Rizvi in the very same over, both without scoring. Got 5 wickets in the first innings. Mitch Stanley certainly staking a claim for finals day. And yeah, I will be doing an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly, in theory. And in the meantime, we'll be back with you online. Yeah, the sky is still blue, thankfully, and we are awaiting the return of the players for the afternoon session. The players at lunch at the moment, with Kent on 276.47, and bearing in mind they started the day on 206.45 with a lead of 215 runs. They've managed to add 70 runs in that session. Their lead now 285 over Lancashire, and that thanks to a half-century stand between Ekant Singh, who's got his first ever first class 50 for Kent, the England under-19 batter, 55 not out for him, and then Matt Quinn, who has thoroughly entertained the crowd here today with 8 boundaries, swashbuckling innings of 37 not out for him. And we're waiting to see really whether Kent might even decide to declare or whether they will continue batting after lunch. But at the moment the weather remains good here at Canterbury after a delayed start due to the rain, and we'll have commentary up and running on the BBC Sport app and website in around about 7 minutes' time.
So welcome back to the middle for the afternoon session. Your umpires and carers, Surrey Shammagan, Lancashire class superstar Rothesay, and backers are bowling from the pavilion end, George Rothesay.
Welcome back to Canterbury, where the sun is still shining, and therefore we are about to see some more cricket this afternoon, and with Kent still batting. That's the first thing we should note, that Akansh Singh on 55 not out and Matt Quinn on 37 not out have gone back out there, so Kent have decided that 285 run lead is not yet quite enough. I'm Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, Scott Reid from BBC Radio Lancashire. George Balderson has got ball in hand and is about to run in and bowl. Beats the outside edge of Akansh Singh's bat, and looks increasingly windy out there. In fact, Scott, with the trees over on the far side, beyond the Les Ames stand, as we look out from the pavilion, gusting away. Balderson giving the ball itself a bit of a stare before running in here up to the stumps. Akansh Singh with a push drive up towards mid-off. Bailey doing the fielding. I must admit, I'm slightly surprised that Kent have come out for a bat here.
What have we got left in the day? 56 overs left, haven't we, after this one?
Scoring 300 is going to be a bit of a push for Lancashire. Balderson punched off the back foot here by Akansh Singh, and away it goes out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. And if you want to try and win a game on day 4, there needs to be an element of dangling the carrot, doesn't there, in terms of a potential run chase? Otherwise, batters are just going to go in and block it.
Yeah, well, it's probably almost beyond Lancashire now, isn't it, really?
That's my feeling, really. That I'm not sure Kent necessarily needed to come out and bat after that lunch interval. Quinn facing up to Balderson. He himself plays a back foot punch stroke for a single out towards deep point. Some applause for Matt Quinn there.
And rightly so. Rightly so.
Was there a reason for said applause?
There normally is, isn't there? These normally have never really miss a chance to acknowledge some kind of landmark. Maybe it's just fancy clapping.
Maybe. Akansh Singh on strike and defending this one. Back up the pitch. So Matt Quinn does have a first class 50 for Kent, so it's not like he just got a new high score or something. So yeah, I'm not sure. Perhaps a more peculiar stat that I was unaware of. Balderson with one slip. In and bowls to Singh. That one kept a little bit low actually. Skidded through to Matty Hurst behind the stumps. End of the over. So 56 to go in the day. potentially, assuming the rain stays away.
Yeah, it looks all right, doesn't it now? The suggestion is we might be all right. I mean, there's been lots of showers that have been blowing to the north and mainly to the south of us, but it looks reasonably dry for the next few hours. Wind has picked up. It's certainly a lot breezier now than it was first thing this morning, but plenty of blue sky and some sunshine. A few clouds that are bobbing across the breeze, but looks all right. Next couple of hours, I think. Not sure if we're going to get a particularly enthralling finish to the match, but you never know.
No, it feels like there's not necessarily the appetite from Kent to hunt down the 10 wickets they need if they're still out there batting. Instead, we're going to get a resumption of Quinn v Stanley.
That was a good fun this morning, wasn't it?
It's like part 2 of a boxing bout, the rematch.
Well, he's got 4 wickets in the innings and 5 in the first and 9 in the match for Mitchell Stanley, and he was an inch or 2 away from his 10th wicket in the game. As he bowls to Quinn, he steps to the leg side and swats it, or attempts to. Yeah, he got a top edge of Quinn's bat, which did catch some of Matty Hurst's wicket-keeping glove, maybe on the webbing. Got something on it, couldn't quite grab it, Hurst, and that would have been a 10th wicket in the game for Mitch Stanley. And it was in the middle of this pretty bombastic approach from Quinn. He was just standing there and trying to wallop it all over the place. He's around the wicket, Stanley to Quinn. Short again, and that will be signalled a wide. It loops over Quinn, and then foot was dropping quite sharply as it was falling to the keeper. Too high over the head of Quinn.
Yeah, bearing in mind Matt Quinn is himself a tall fast bowler. Probably 6'3", 4".
It's quite kind of loopy bounce, wasn't it? Ballooned high over Quinn's head. He's battling with the breeze on his way back to his bowling mark from the Nackington Road end, is Mitchell Stanley. You see the trees being pushed left and right. As he sets off and bowls to Quinn, that's clubbed down the ground, and he kind of walks away nonchalantly away to square leg, does Quinn, having hammered it back over the bowler's head to take him to 42, and Kent to 283 for 7. It's gone over the advertising board, and it's gone beyond the sight screen and behind something that's covered in what looks like a kind of a green tarpaulin sheet on the far side. And in fact, it's gone underneath the... Oh dear, he's on his hands and knees now.
Oh dear.
I don't know what that is that's been covered up on that far side, but...
blotter, possibly?
Is it? It's a big blotter, isn't it?
I'm informed actually that Matt Quinn is indeed 6'4".
Excellent.
And that's why he wears the number 64.
Right.
Who knew?
Yes. Well, he might need all his 6'4" to get underneath there and try and find the ball. There's someone who's pretty tall to do it. They've got a couple of Kent supporters up looking for it. I think that's Michael Jones who's out there. He's back on his hands and knees again.
Well, we do have a brief delay. Might I congratulate one of the ground staff here at Canterbury?
Absolutely.
Riley, after 14 years of service to the club, 14 years in the job.
Well done, Riley.
He's moving on to his next challenge, say the club. But yeah, a recognisable figure here at Kent in the entirety of the time that I've been covering the club, and yeah, as we've been pointing out in this game, the life of a groundsman is not for the faint-hearted, and they put in a heck of a amount of work across the season to make sure that the cricket itself can take place. So well done to Riley on his 14 years of commitment and dedication to the cause.
Well, Will Williams has brought out a little black box of replacement balls for the umpires to try and select from, and while that was all taking place, someone's found it. So well done to one of the spectators. It actually might be a member of the ground staff, because whoever it is has just picked up quite an enormous stick or pawl of some description that they've used to try and scoop the ball from underneath whatever is underneath that green tarpaulin cover. So maybe it was one of the ground staff that went up there. He's got the ball back in his hand. It's Mitchell Stanley. Quinn's on 42. Lead is 292. Stanley, and again to Quinn, and he's nipped it behind, and Hurst takes a catch, and Stanley has 5 in the innings and 10 in the match. What a memorable few days from Mitchell Stanley. Just his second first-class game of his career. 5 in the first innings, and he goes and does it again in the second innings. 10 wickets in the game for Stanley. Kent lose their 8th wicket, 283 for 8.
Yeah, well-deserved haul for Mitch Stanley, who has run in and hit the pitch hard all game. Not anything on this match for either of the two teams, but Mitch Stanley has bowled like there has been something on this game in a big way for him. Mitch Stanley's fifer applauded, and then Matt Quinn's entertaining knock of 42 applauded as he makes his way off the field, having swatted 9 boundaries in a quite entertaining cameo for the home crowd to enjoy. Mikey Cohen has jogged out to bat at number 10 for Kent, so despite being told that Ben Compton was padded up earlier on, he's not gone out there to join Akansh Singh, with Kent's lead at 292. 42 off 38 deliveries in the end before Quinn caught by Hurst.
He lived a charmed life, didn't he? But it was very entertaining.
The sort of batting you don't get to enjoy much these days. All the tail enders have been drilled too hard in the nets by the coaches, so much so that they stand there and block it or whatever and have immaculate technique. There's still a place in the game for the swashbuckling innings by a bowler backing away and carving the ball over cover or swatting it over the keeper's head or down the ground. Matt Quinn putting on a show.
He did that. It was good fun to watch. So Cohen's a new batter, standing around the wicket, and that's defended into the offside.
Yeah, they might yet be an 11th wicket in the match for Mitch Stanley. What's his... Well, I was going to say what's his career best figures, but he's which innings shall I take?
Yes.
In this match.
Yeah. 5 for 80 in the first innings. What's he got here now? 5 for 94 in the second. Into Cohen.
Whoa!
It's no ball. Slipped out the fingers of Stanley, and Cohen, from having to rock out the way of it, presumably get warm for that as well.
Yeah, Cohen admittedly not the tallest of batters, but it was a full bunger.
2 slips, gully, leg slip, backward point. Stanley to Cohen, sneaks through, playing a miss from Cohen. A lot of foot movement, just stood there and swung, and the ball goes through to the keeper.
Didn't exactly get right forward to that delivery. Kent's lead up to 294 with the 2 no balls. Backward point wanders off out towards the boundary. I highly doubt Kent are going to be rushing to grab a single off this delivery.
Yeah, it's Hartley that just drops back to the boundary. Final ball of the over. Stanley to Cohen. It's defended. Pushed into the offside. No run. Oh, he's running pretty hard through the course of the game as Mitchell Stanley. And he completes his 18th over of this innings to go with 16 in the first. And an over which brought him his 10th wicket of the match. So 285 for 8 lead, now 294 for Kent. Lancashire Singh's on 56. And it will be Balderson to continue from the pavilion end.
Field spread for Singh. Balderson bowls and is an outside edge. Gentle one. Soft hands. Low into the slip cordon where just Jennings is residing. Stayed down on his knees. He's reluctantly getting back up to his feet. Take up his position, which is more of a second slip. Gap between him and the wicketkeeper. And there's Balderson bowls on the stumps. In behind this again, Lancashire Singh. 136 balls now for his 56. Having been promoted up to number 3. With the Compton Mieye concussion and injuries. And Dawkins going up to open. That youthful opening pair. Defended away into the onside. I suggested to Jayden Denley last night that it was a bit of a Duckett and Crawley sort of combination in the making.
Right. What kind of left hand, right hand?
Yeah, left hand, right hand. Right hander being a little bit taller and leaner than the left hander.
Did he like that?
Yeah, he did actually.
I bet he did.
He was very modest and said, yeah, we're not quite there yet.
Battered nicely, those two.
So change in the field here. Oh, Singh's boshed it though over the top of mid-on with a big old club. A couple of bounces and 4 as Lancashire squeezed the field in to prevent the single, and Lancashire Singh said okay, picked it up off a length, smacked it back down the ground for 4. Kent's lead is 298. Lancashire Singh goes to 60. Balderson to try again, having been disdainfully hit, and that one has gone off the top edge and through to the keeper. It was a short ball dug in. Lancashire Singh almost pulled out of the stroke. He didn't necessarily try and hook it. It was almost as if he lined himself up for it, thought maybe I don't want to play it, and then left the bat there dangling, and it's caught the edge and gone through to Matty Hurst. So Lancashire Singh will depart for a splendid new first class best for Kent of 60. And Mikey Cohen at the moment is staying out there, so Ben Compton is going to come and bat at number 11. So the applause for Lancashire Singh as he makes his way off, but also for Ben Compton, who, having batted at number 1 in the first innings, is going to come up bat at number 11 in the second.
Might just be an element of him, you know what? I've not done this before. Bat at 1 in the first dig, 11 in the second, why not?
Yeah, just thought I might not be out here for long.
Yeah.
So having got 77 in the first innings, collided with Tuanda Mieye in the process, but picked up an arm injury or a wrist injury, which has meant he's not batted until now. With Kent 2 runs shy of a 300 lead, powers that be have decided, go on then Ben, you go out and bat. I think they probably would have assumed that he would be joining Ekansh Singh right now. But instead, with that slight misjudgment from Singh, it's the number 11 Michael Cohen who's out there with Ben Compton. Around the wicket comes Balderson then. Compton stands at his crease and defends into the pitch. Just took his arm off the bat handle there. I suspect possibly a little bit of pain. But he's gone out there to guts it out. I don't really know why. It doesn't feel necessary, to be honest. Lancashire are going to be normally chasing 300, or nigh on 300. It doesn't really seem necessary for Ben Compton to be out there batting at number 11. But hey ho. Scott's gone to update BBC Radio Lancashire. BBC Radio Kent will be with us very shortly. If you want to get in touch, give me your own theories about why Ben Compton is out there. Maybe he just wants to see if he can add any to his run tally for the season. KentCricket@bbc.co.uk. So our email address is Mitch Stanley hunting another wicket. Another career best has been driven away here gloriously by Michael Cohen. The diminutive left-handed, normally number 11, but batting at number 10, ahead of Ben Compton, has driven it for 4. And Kent have a lead of 302. They are 293 for 9. So here comes Stanley again. That off the glove or the hip is not taken anything on its way through to the wicketkeeper. That update on the way. And there's the wicket, and it's Mitch Stanley who picks up 6 for to conclude the innings, and a very fine match for him, with Cohen caught behind by Matty Hurst, and 6 wickets collected. Kent 293 all out as Cohen is the final man to depart. Ben Compton will walk off, having gone out there for just 1 ball in the end. And that update is imminent. Yeah, you join us just as Kent have been bowled out in their second innings for 293. Coincidentally, exactly what they scored in the first innings. They started the day on 205 for 6, and Ekansh Singh, as Mitch Stanley is applauded off the field, having collected 6 wickets for Lancashire, 11 in the match for him, a fine effort. Ekansh Singh getting his career best score in first class cricket for Kent, with 60 he made in the end off 139 balls before he was caught behind by the wicketkeeper trying to withdraw from a hook shot to a short ball. An entertaining knock from Matt Quinn, made 42 off 38 deliveries with 9 boundaries. Michael Cohen hitting a boundary before he was the last man out. Ben Compton actually did come out and bat at number 11, normally bats at number 1, but picked up an injury in the first innings, and he did come in and face one delivery before Kent were bowled out. So they have a lead over 300 of Lancashire. It'll be 303 runs, in fact, required for the visitors to win. That feels like a nominal target. Unlikely that they'll actually get to 300, but we will wait and see. If we get all of the rest of the overs remaining in the day's play, then it might even be a possibility if the rain can stay away. That's very much a bit of a weather watch, or it has been elsewhere, but Sussex finally underway for day 4 at Hove, 39 for 1, trailing Hampshire by 238 runs with 9 second innings wickets remaining. And then at the Oval, Surrey declaring on 391 for 8 declared in their second innings. Warwickshire 43 without loss in reply, but 346 runs still behind. So Surrey setting Warwickshire a very testy score to win that game. A half century for Ben Folkes and 43 from Dan Lawrence in that one. Commentary of all of those matches available to you this afternoon via the BBC Sport app and website. Scott Reed and myself, Ben Watts, will be back with you very shortly following the changeover in innings. See you in a moment. Because it's a shared show in the afternoons. Those are on BBC Sussex, so BBC Radio. It's 3 stations. Because they're Sussex and Surrey are shared. Oh, so anyway. The other is
Opening bowling from the Atkinson Road end is Matt Quinn, and to take the first strike is Luke Wells.
Righty-ho then, the final innings of the game. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings out ready to open the innings for Lancashire. Matt Quinn, fresh off his antics with the bat, is about to run in from the Nackington Road end down the hill to Luke Wells down the leg side, and it's gone past wicketkeeper Harry Finch onto the practice pitches and away for 4 byes. So slightly peculiar start. Kent with 3 slips with that youthful trio of Ben Dawkins, Jaden Denley and subfielder Corey Flintoff. Point cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, long leg as Quinn is in and bowling. Wells in behind this one. Plays out towards Mikey Cohen at mid-wicket. Parkinson at mid-on. Looks like Nick Anshing at point, Joey Everson at cover. So Joe Denley at mid-off, the concussion sub. Can't quite see who's down at long leg. My view's being obscured. As Quinn is in and bowling. All boshed through the covers. That's a lovely drive. Very nicely played by Luke Wells. Timed it. Timed the pants off it, to be honest. And Lancashire quickly to 8 without loss. 295 the victory target. Crunched off the middle of the bat.
Have you spotted your fine leg yet?
I'm desperately trying to see who it is. Oh, it's Mo Rizvi down there. There we go.
Good effort from you. Committed to finding out who the fine leg was. Hanging out the window.
Pretty much hanging out the window, yeah. Some slightly peculiar hollering and whooping going on from the Kent fielders. Slipcorded pretty tight in, it feels, as Quinn's coming around the wicket to change his angle to Luke Wells and plays defensively out towards mid-wicket.
I think of Matt Cole's question to Harry Finch the other day when he was asking, one of my favourite questions, I think, when he asked him, did he have any idea what Denley and Dawkins were talking about when the two teenagers stood next to him? I love that question. You got any idea what they were talking about? Could you understand their conversation?
Something about TikTok, he said. I know what it is, but I didn't know what they were on about. As Quinn bowls, a little bit of bounce and reared up, and Wells taking the bottom hand off the bat and then coming down the pitch and giving it a gentle prod with the toe end of his bat, slightly accusingly so, saying simmer down.
Less of that.
Quinn with the breeze gusting and Wells jumping forward to defend up towards mid-off. End of the over. Lancashire 8 without loss.
Yeah, all out for 293. So it's the same score as they got in the first innings, Kent. And Big Mitch enjoying a good couple of days for Lancashire.
Absolutely.
11 wickets in the match. 5 for 80 in the first innings, 6 for 100 in the second innings. Joey Everson, as it was in the first innings, he's to open the bowling for Kent, bowled very, very nicely towards the back end of the first day and then through an hour or so on day 2.
Everson just picking up the bowling marker and moving it to his slither of paint wherever he's marked out his guard or his run up.
He's got 2 slips in place. And Jennings going back and tickling the ball away through square leg. Good work out on the boundary to stop it. Throw comes in. Jennings comes back for 2 in the process.
Slightly surprised that Mikey Cohen not handed the new ball by Kent in this game, on the basis that he did so in the One Day Cup and he got a little bit of swing early on with the white Kookaburra ball. So you'd have thought he'd get a bit of swing with this ball.
Get angled in towards Jennings. Turn it to the leg side. There's a short mid-wicket in place. An orthodox mid-wicket, mid-on. There's a fine leg, couple of slips. Backward point, cover mid-off.
But yeah, Everson himself getting a little bit of swing there, maybe.
Did in the first innings as well. Swinging the ball back in towards both left-handers in the first innings.
I guess with the white balls, they only tend to swing for a couple of overs, don't they? So at least this red ball may swing for a bit longer.
There's no run. There's clipped off the pad towards the leg side. So
with that in mind, Kent not necessarily desperate for going to charge in immediately. Everson definitely gives you a bit more control.
Everson to Jennings on the wander. Jennings a step or two down the pitch. It deflects off nothing. 4 byes. He just swung away down the leg side. The keeper went after it, away to his right, kind of diving to his right, but beyond the reach of Finch and down towards the boundary for 4 byes.
I thought that did brush the pad from up here. Umpire's a lot closer than we are. Matters not really.
14 without loss, Lancashire second innings.
Yeah, just seeing the replay. It's just, as you say, he's walked down the pitch and it's just swung down the slope.
Again, advancing forward is Jennings and defends to mid-wicket. Corey Flintoff fields. There's no run. They've got these 2 fielders on the leg side. Everson just shaping the ball back in towards Jennings and Wells. And Flintoff actually at short mid-wicket, just creeping a little bit closer in. Again, turned away to the leg side by Jennings, a half step down the pitch. And there'll be 2 more to his total. Just worked it to the left of mid-on, to the right of mid-wicket. A couple for Jennings to complete Joey Everson's first over. All the 4s are on the board. 4 for Wells and 4 for Jennings. And 16 without loss Lancashire in their second innings. So we had 51 overs remaining in the day when Kent were bowled out for 293. So 51 overs of cricket to go potentially today.
So here comes Quinn with 3 slips. Whipped away down towards Rizvi. Fine leg for a single. He'll jog it through Will Wells to get up the other end.
There was one result which came through when we were in between innings here, and that was a victory for Nottinghamshire, beating Worcestershire by 3 wickets at New Road. And should Surrey and Warwickshire finish in a draw, then which I suppose would be a favourite at this stage, then Notts are 1 point behind Surrey.
Defended away here by Jennings. Back towards Matt Quinn. There's a bit of a title race on all of a sudden in Division 1 then.
And Notts play Surrey next week.
Wow. Where?
At the Oval.
Here we go. It could be very entertaining indeed. Kent meanwhile are off to Leicestershire, off to Grace Road next week. Which could well be the home of the Division 2 champions this season. As it's defended away here by Jennings into the offside.
Yeah, they could have confirmed that, couldn't they, this week, I think? Or is it just promotion that would they confirm this week?
Yes, I think you're right.
Promotion.
It could be promotion this week.
I think they had to get was it 21 points or something like that? I can't remember, but they could have sealed it, or could still seal promotion this week, Leicestershire, but they have to beat Gloucestershire first. They're 41 for 1, Leicestershire, and they require 275 runs to win.
Quinn around the wicket. Little skip down the pitch, or just a trigger movement, step forward from Jennings, defends into the onside.
And I suppose whatever happens next season in terms of how they're structured looking, they'll still have won the division. Whether they play in a Division 1 or not remains to be seen, but they'll still have won the division.
I think the noises seem to be that is probably likely that they will play in Division 1 next season. Don't think there's necessarily the appetite for 3 divisions, it seems, judging from the whispers. This one is an edge and through to Harry Finch. And Matt Quinn is very happy indeed to be up and running with a wicket in the second innings. Lancashire 17 for 1, a little feather from Keaton Jennings through to Harry Finch. And Quinn, who picked up 4 in the first innings, has added with the ball to his cameo with the bat here on day 4.
Yeah, got Jennings in the first innings, did Matt Quinn. Gets him in the second. He nicked off to Dawkins at first slip in the first innings. And a little thin edge through to Finch second time round. And Quinn enjoying a good game as well. We watched him bat earlier today. That was pretty good fun. He had 42 with the bat earlier today. And has 5 wickets in the game, so he's enjoyed a pretty decent few days as well.
We talk about players with something to prove maybe in this game, and we've seen those 11 wickets from Mitch Stanley. Feels like possibly Matt Quinn is bowling with that same sort of intensity and determination to prove his worth. Still some question marks about Kent contracts for next season and who might be retained, and some of the bowlers being not yet under contract for next season, and Matt Quinn having had a difficult season with injuries. He's seemingly intent upon showing that he's not done yet. Still 32 years of age, Matt Quinn. And yeah, absolutely showing in this game what he can do with the ball when there's a little bit of help here at Canterbury, which there isn't always. He's managed to extract a little bit of extra bounce in this game. He's the workhorse of the attack in red ball cricket, and he's getting his rewards. Josh Bohannon then in at number 3. Right-hander to the crease. Faces up to Quinn. Lets this one go outside the off stump. Despite the oohs and ahs, it was a good leave. So 286 more normally required for Lancashire, who are 17 for 1 second time around here at Canterbury.
Gary's been in touch with regards to the fact that Lancashire, that Kent were bowled out for 293 in both innings. And that's the first time that Kent have been dismissed for the same score in each inning since 1960.
There you go. Great stat.
Only the 3rd time it's ever happened.
Wow. Really?
For Kent.
Oh, for Kent. Okay.
Yes. 140 in both innings against Surrey in 1914, 165 against Warwickshire in 1960 in this game here. Well done, Gary.
Wow. Great stat.
Top work. Whatever makes the day go quickly. In comes Joey Everson, bowls to Wells, comes back in towards Luke Wells and pitches the ball away to the leg side. No run.
Pretty random niche stat.
It is, yeah. Well, like sometimes quite
great
like
stat.
A niche stat.
Well, I mean, if they were common stats, then they wouldn't be very interesting.
No,
so
true.
yeah, niche stats are good.
Lancashire's previous first team scorer, Chris Rimmer, we had a season or two where he would provide me with a completely useless stat of the day. As Everson comes in and bowls to Wells, it's whipped away down to fine leg for a single. Wells moves to 6, 18 for 1. So he kind of started, as always these things tend to do, don't they? He would say something and say, "Oh, that's completely and utterly pointless."
Yeah.
And then it kind of just developed into providing me with something that was useless.
Just developed into a thing.
Yeah. So every day, I don't last at least a season doing that, maybe 2. Useless stat of the day. 3 slips in place because Josh Bohannon's on strike. Dawkins, Denley and Flintoff. Everson from over the wicket bowls and Bohannon gets in behind it and defends. And there's no run. And as ever with those situations, it ends up being where you think it's completely useless, which it fundamentally is, but it's also the ones that listeners and viewers tend to enjoy the most. The more odd and bizarre and frankly irrelevant stat is, the more it became actually quite interesting. That's off the back foot by Bohannon. It's steered away through backward point for a single. Gets his first run. Josh Bohannon. So Lancashire now 19 for 1. So 280. 4 behind. Wells back on strike. Left hand, right hand combination now. Having started with the 2 left-handers, Wells and Jennings. A couple of slips for Luke Wells. Here's Joey Everson from over the wicket. Bowls. Beautifully hit. Went into it and drives that handsomely away through the offside for 4. He's played 2 stonking cover drives as Luke Wells in this innings, and that was the second one. He moves to 10, 23 for 1.
Yeah, it just sounded crisp off the bat. As the ball has been retrieved by Matt Quinn.
Everson into Wells. Ships back in towards Wells. Plays it off the half of the bat, defending the ball, but just tailing back in towards him. Getting bat on ball. It felt like he was a little late, but he defended it nonetheless. 23 for 1 at the end of the over. Wells 10 and Bohannon on 1.
Yeah, really hooped back in that one from Everson.
He started nicely, as indeed is Quinn.
So Bohannon to take strike once more. 3 deliveries he's faced for his 1. 280 exactly. To win for Lancashire, 3 slips. Quinn. Oh, a little bit of a leading edge, or certainly not quite where Bohannon was intending to play that one, as it squirted out to Hekkanch Singh at point. So 3 slips, point. Big old gap at cover. Joe Denley's more of a wide mid-off, extra cover sort of hybrid position as Quinn bowls. Bohannon cuts into the ground, sends Wells back. No quick single because Hekkanch Singh is bubbling around from point. Mid on, tightish, yeah, pretty tight mid wicket, which I think is Everson. Cohen at square leg and Rizvi down at fine leg, long leg. Quinn past the umpire. Full delivery. Defended by Bohannon.
Off for rain in the Division 1 games between Sussex and Hampshire, but there have been quite a bit, haven't they? Somerset, Yorkshire, they're off for rain.
Weather at hope's been miserable the last couple of days.
Off for rain, Surrey, Warwickshire as well at the Oval. Playing at Chelmsford, where Essex have got Durham 7 down, still trailing by 4. So
that could be an important win for Essex, actually.
Yeah. Keeps Durham down towards the bottom.
Quinn bowls. Angled out towards point by Bohannon.
Yeah, 120 for 7. Durham trailing by 4 wickets. Harmer's got 3. Porter's got 3.
Yeah, looks like they're delayed now at Lords and Grace Road in Division 2 as well. There's Quinn bowls. Just softly played by Bohannon to the left of Hekkanch Singh. They come through for a single. So yeah, a bit of weather around, a bit of weather returning. I guess Chelmsford, like here at Canterbury, is a little bit more eastward, geography-wise, in the south of the country. Weather has been kind of sweeping up from the west over the last 24-48 hours. It's Quinn Bowles, nicely driven, and Wells will pick up another boundary. Firmly played in the gap. Extra, and that ends the over with Wells moving to 14 not out. Lancashire up to 28 for 1. Hannon there on 2. And 275 in theory required for victory. Just peering around where the weather has been coming from. There's a little bit of cloud, but it doesn't look necessarily like the rainy kind. But you never know. It's been a funny old weather day.
Doesn't look like the rainy kind. Well, it was raining this morning and we had blue sky and sunshine,
Yeah,
so that
it
was
was
a bit
very
confusing.
very peculiar. Then we dodged what looked like the real proper rain. It's all very odd.
Listen to Bahannon. Takes a single. Clipped away to backward square leg. Moves on to 3, 29 for 1. On the walk up from the hotel this morning, I managed to just about avoid the rain.
Yeah, you did well considering they rather rudely took that brolly back off of you.
Yeah, I know. It's very handy last night, was that? It was £2 well spent. I mean, I probably could have bought one for £2 rather than just like hire one, but you know.
But you had to hand it back as you checked out.
Forward again goes Wells and defends.
Was there a deposit on said umbrella?
I don't think you get your £2 back. Well, in the end, it may have cost me 4 because it's like a little machine that you have to.
Oh, okay.
You don't just kind of hand it over. So you got to, when you get it, you tap your card, and then there's like rows of brollies all locked in place, and then one is released. You get a green light to go and pick up the brolly.
It's rather fancy.
You listen to Wells. And just tucked away to the leg side for no run. So when I returned it, I should have really read the instructions obviously, but when I returned it I wasn't sure if it was £2 I had to pay or if it was just £2 deposit. So I put the brolly back on one of the hooks that were available that was free.
Yeah.
And then the screen said present your card. So I tapped the card again and then it released another brolly.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, so it may have charged you for another brolly.
Yeah, I think it did. That's wide and hammered away for 4 by Wells. Full and wide and sat up nicely for him to wallop it away for 4. He moves to 18 now. So yeah, I'm not sure if I've been charged twice for it.
Like
so
you say, was it a deposit or was it the fee?
Could have been I think it may have been the fee. So I think I paid £4 instead now.
You didn't even get to keep one.
No, exactly. Yeah. Never mind.
Because there's a danger that they could have charged whatever amount if you hadn't handed it back.
That was my concern. Yeah, £2 to hire it and £300 to pay for it. If you don't hand it back, Wells turns it into the onside. No run.
But anyhow, it's sunny here at Canterbury now, so
yeah, no, it's fine now. I needed it last night walking back to the hotel. I would have got pretty wet. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want to take the brolly. I mean, who would want to particularly? Because it's all branded up with the hotel's name on it.
Yeah, you
don't.
don't. Yeah, true.
Final ball of the over. Joey Everson to Luke Wells. Clipped away off his hip. Takes 1, keeps the strike as well, so he's on to 19, 34 for 1. End of the over. 6 gone. So yeah, I may have been charged double for that by just not paying any attention to the instructions. Just thinking I'll be right. I'll be able to work it out.
I need to put one of those little fold-up ones on your Christmas list.
Yeah, could do really.
Keep it in your bag for next season.
Well, at Cardiff, last game of the season, and that's going to be a walk from the hotel to the ground. So it might be it's worth the investment, isn't it?
So Quinn's continued from the Nackington Road end round the wicket to the left-handed Wells. Turns away into the onside. Just as some of that slightly thicker cloud has emerged over the ground. Mixture of white and grey in colour. You can hear the wind blowing at the far end of the ground. The trees swaying behind Quinn as he runs in and bowls and takes the edge. Finch snaffles it with the gloves on, and Luke Wells will walk off. Having made 19, he departs. Quinn's got his second and Lancashire a 34 for 2.
Bowling beautifully, isn't he, in the match? Quinn bowled superbly in the first innings. Set the whole thing up nicely with the new ball at the back end of the first day. Likewise, the day after, he's bowled very, very nicely. Okay, going back to what we were saying before about, there's now on it really for either side in terms of what they can do this season in the league table, but looking at individuals and how they can take things from the game. Quinn certainly, and Dawkins and Denley for Kent. Akash Singh as well batted nicely. Got wickets that Mitch Stanley has got in the game. There's bits and pieces that players can take, but yeah, lovely piece of bowling again. Marcus Harris coming out for I think for the final time this season. I'm pretty certain that I think he's going to return to Australia after this game.
It appears all Australians are being returned to Australia after this game, doesn't it? With obviously Turner not available for finals day for Lancashire. Riley Meredith likewise for Somerset.
It's like Australia sounded a siren, and everybody has to return to the island.
You must henceforth return to the land of your birth.
Absolutely, yeah. There's some kind of emergency beacon sound has gone out.
Yeah, some kind of census.
Yes. You know when we had the mobile phone thing last week where everyone's phone went. So maybe Australians get a signal, get a sound on their mobile phone. It's the Australian Cricket Australia going, come home immediately.
It's the Australian cricket back call.
You must return home. Harris will be doing that.
All dark nights must return to the motherland in preparation for the Ashes.
So Harris heads out. Well, he's already there. 3 slips in place. Here's Quinn around the wicket. Balls to Harris. Comes back in and beats him. And that's Finch tumbling away to his right to take the catch.
He was late on that, wasn't he, Harris? Wasn't the most convincing stroke.
What's he got this season, Harris? He got most of his runs in the first 2 months of the season. I think he had about 800 runs after the first block of fixtures. He's got 977. Quinn comes in, bowls, dabbed away into the onside, and there's no run. There's a chance to try and get himself to 1,000 runs for the season. Coming into this innings on 977, averaging just under 58 for Lancashire, 3 centuries, 4 50s. He will be back next season as well. He signed another deal to come back and play for Lancashire next year. I don't know whether that's as captain or not. I'm not sure. He'll be back next year. Quinn to Harris. He sends Bannon back. I think Bannon thought maybe that was just going to squeeze past backward point. And the dot ball on the left of the over. Dawkins and Denley are obviously just a little bit bored.
Started a little slow hand clap. It's like a long jumper.
Quinn in bowls. Harris defends. Just maybe a little late on that as it came back in towards him. Good stuff from Quinn. Wicket maiden, that. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. And excellent work by Quinn.
Yeah, Dawkins and Jaden Denley striking you as a bit of a mischievous duo, as Slick called them.
Yeah, look like a pair of naughty schoolboys, really, don't they? Look like they could be a handful. Sit at the other side of the dressing room from that. Sure, they're lovely.
I think Jaden was at Canterbury Academy, and then Ben Dawkins at Sevenoaks School. This one's clipped away out towards mid-wicket. Good fielding by Joe Denley, by Uncle Joe. Both the Denleys have got the wide brim floppy hats on, actually.
Nice.
And bizarrely, I was actually at Sevenoaks School the other day. Their head of football, Lee Morgan, is a former non-league goalkeeper. Played like 780 games in non-league football over 20 years. There's Everson Bowles, defended away into the offside, and I interviewed him for our Monday night sports show, Game Changers, which you can hear on Monday from 6 o'clock onwards.
Good plug.
A little plug.
Yeah, well done.
So yeah, Lee Morgan, the star guest interviewee for that one. Yeah, went to see him at work, and we went to find a quiet room to do the interview, and walked down this corridor with a load of jerseys and stuff. This one is a full delivery from Everson, clipped away into the onside. Denley Senior does the fielding, and yeah, a real kind of array of England and GB and whatever jerseys, but for a real mix of sports, actually. And they were saying that's actually one of their things, that they do really promote lots of random and different sports, and there was Ben Dawkins' face and a jersey amongst them. So Everson bowls, little inside edge from Bahanan, drops away into the onside. Eva Akaro as well was a name familiar to me. GB swimmer at the last Olympics. Became the first black woman to represent GB in the pool at games. So a picture and jersey was up there as well.
It's a hotbed of sport.
So yeah, it was good fun speaking to Lee Morgan. As this one goes through outside the off stump. Born in Sussex, but now a bit of an adopted Kentish man. Having played for Maidstone and Tunbridge Angels for a number of years. So yeah, that's Ben Dawkins' old school, and then Jaden Denley's old school is where David Fulton's done a bit of the coaching, and this one defended out into the gully. They have a particular kind of cricket program there where people can combine their studies with sort of sports science-esque type tutelage and opportunities and cricket coaching and whatnot, and they've done quite well in some of the school cricket tournaments against, they're not well as a state school. They've gone quite far against some of the private schools and whatnot, and done really well. Alexa Stonehouse, who now plays for Surrey, I think was part of the same team.
Here's Quinn to Harris off the back foot. Pushed him off. There's no run.
I think it was a Fulton Junior in the team as well, along with Jaden and Alexa, if I remember rightly.
So that's in Canterbury.
Okay. Yeah. There we go. Liam sending me the information about it, thanks to Liam in the Kent office. So yeah, they have a sort of cricket scholarship, if you will, there.
Okay. Quinn to Harris. Calmly playing forward, defending, full face of the bat. Deflected back to Quinn.
So I think it is in partnership with Kent Cricket.
Okay.
There's a, well, in fact, this might even be a new thing in partnership with Kent Cricket, a state school academic cricket scholar programme. Launching this month, in fact. So the club will soon confirm a number of academic sites within Kent where the programme will be based. So perhaps off the back of the success at Canterbury Academy, I think this new initiative.
Quinn to Harris. Trying to find the gap into the offside, or through the offside, he can't.
So the programme will deliver 4 hours of cricket training, a strength and conditioning programme, ECB coaching courses alongside the students' sixth form academic studies at one of the chosen sites. Cricket sessions will be provided by Kent Cricket pathway coaches and whatnot, aim to maybe identify potential talent for the under 18 pathway squad, etc. Students get the opportunity to learn coaching qualifications, scoring and umpiring as well.
Quinn to Harris, just nudged away to mid wicket. There's no run.
Workshops in also food and catering and marketing, media, groundskeeping. So the club currently identifying schools in Kent that are interested to come on board in such a programme. And like I say, off the back of a similar one which has already been quite successful at Canterbury Academy.
That sounds like a terrific idea. Two balls left of the over. Nice defends to mid-on. There's no run. Can't find a way to get going, Harris. It's a super spell of bowling to the Lancashire batter. Right on the money here, Quinn.
In other news, Dan Whiting's been in touch.
Right.
Who was, of course, commentating for BBC Radio Kent at the start of the summer with us, saying, "Can't believe Scott, a man of Manchester, doesn't have his own brolly."
Never really rains in Manchester, so I'm not quite sure what Dan's on about, really. Quinn over the wicket to Harris. Short ball. He ducks underneath it. Let's travel through to Finch. It's a maiden over for Matt Quinn.
I think it's just a myth, isn't it? Particularly in Burnley, it's always sunny.
The problem with the weather is that if it's going to rain towards the northwest of England, you can't put a brolly up because it's just too windy.
You just don't want to. Generally, just don't leave the house if it's raining.
You just hibernate.
The only umbrella I own is inherited actually from my granddad's old golf bag. It's, as I say, so huge that it covers the entire washing line almost. So it's hideously large to carry anywhere with you.
Your technique of putting the brolly over the washing line because you can't be bothered to bring the washing is poor.
I think it should catch on.
Do you?
Yeah.
Right.
Keeping it, you're airing it out.
Are
It's
you?
outside still. So Everson bowls. Finch has come up to the stumps here. He's got the helmet on. Pushed away out towards point. It's particularly useful in a month like August where you seem to get these April showers. Rather than bring the entire thing in only to put it then out again. As you may have guessed, I'm very slow at putting the washing out. As Everson bowls. It's clipped away into the onside. They're coming through for a quick single. Quinn shies at the stumps. The umpire scarpers out of the way. Rizvi was backing it up. They get the single anyway. Lancashire 35 for 2. So that's the first run of this partnership. So while we've been mainly me, wittering on about various random subjects, it's the first run taken since the second wicket has fallen. So Harris has faced 10 balls without scoring. Bohannon has 4 off 17. Kent have gone from having 2 and 3 slips to now having moved Jaden Denley and Corey Flintoff, who, if he's anything like his dad, he's going to be a real third member of the trio. As this one is driven away by Harris, but with inside edge into his front pad.
The Musketeers.
The 3 Musketeers, or trio of not long out of schoolboys. So they're in a kind of catching mid-wicket. Matt Parkinson's telling Corey where to stand as a fellow man of the Northwest. Here comes Everson bowls. Harris turns it away out towards the elder Flintoff brother, Corey. Rocky, of course, had a bit of a strange sort of summer, really, having got that 100 call up, only to not play and therefore miss out on all of the One Day Cup, when that might have been where he'd got a bit more cricket for Lancashire. That's Everson bowls, turned away into the onside. Does feel like a bit of a media circus that's kind of followed Rocky whenever he's kind of set foot on a cricket pitch or not.
Or not, yeah. Yeah. He's not played at all for Lancashire this season. Of course, 12 months ago he was batting at 4 for Lancashire against Surrey, back end of the season.
Yeah, having obviously played in the One Day Cup and played well for England under 19s. Aged just 16 was he last summer, of course.
He
this
was,
one's defended
yeah.
away into the onside.
He got his GCSE results before that match at Surrey.
Did he?
Yeah.
So sixth form now. Yeah, Corey 19, part of the teenage crew here in this Kent team, or on the field for this Kent team at the moment. Corey, meanwhile, has played a little bit for Kent this year, particularly in the One Day Cup. Bowled pretty nicely, actually, in the games that I saw him play. Showed that he's got a little bit of Dad's middle to lower order biffing qualities about him as well.
Quinn's spells come to an end. He's also leaving the field for a moment or two. Mikey going to replace Matt Quinn from the Nackington Road end. Going in and bowls to Bohannon, edged, but bouncing in front of Flintoff, who's at a wide third slip. Spun Bohannon round. A little extra pace from Cohen. He comes bustling in pretty hard here.
Yeah, if it's not on his bio on a well-known cricketing website where they have profiles of all the players, comes in off a long run, should be in there. It's a long run up for Michael Cohen.
35 for 2, like it's your second innings. And Cohen left arm over bowls, swatted away towards the leg side by Josh Bohannon. That'll be 4 runs onto that in a flash. Bohannon pulls it up towards the mid-wicket boundary. Doubles his score in the process as well. Moves to 8. Yeah,
picked up length nice and quick there. Cohen probably a similar height to Bohannon, actually. So a skiddier fast bowler. Different build to Matt Quinn. But yeah, hurries in off this long run up. He's got real fast bowler mentality, Michael Cohen.
Into Bohannon. Oh, that's a lovely ball that beats him.
Very much. You talk to him, he's an infectious character, full of energy. Desperate to get out there and play after some injury issues over the last few years. And he just wants to run in and bowl quick, basically. He's got that, again, kind of childlike enthusiasm for fast bowling. Just want to run in hard and hurl the ball down there as quick as I can.
Yeah, he's run up does reflect, I guess, all those kind of traits, isn't it? To Bohannon, who goes for the back foot and nudges the ball away through the leg side for one.
Sort of bloke that you'd imagine. However old, how old is he now, Michael Cohen? Let's just say in his teenage years, he'd have been going along to cricket games, and they used to have those kind of blow-up nets where they'd have a speed gun. He strikes me as, in his teenage years, he'd have been running in hard, lobbing the ball as fast as he could down the other end, and having his own little personal battle with the speed gun.
He's got Harris on strike. Beats Harris through to the keeper. Good start by Cohen.
27 years of age now. Born in Cape Town, but actually has a French passport. I think his granddad's side, I believe. See his granddad, who was the boxer. Here he comes again, in and bowls. Harris with a really nice straight drive, punches it back past him for 4. That's a splendid shot to get off the mark at the 16th attempt for Marcus Harris. Bohannon 9, Harris 4. Been listening to a fair bit of TMS and 5 Live Sports Extra in the last few days while on the road. There's been a fair bit of Ashes chat, mainly due to rain delays, but also there was a specific, I think it was on the Monday night show, there was a cricket hour, and they were talking about the Ashes and talking about Australia's problems at the, or question marks perhaps more so, at the top of the order. And Marcus Harris was one name that was mentioned as a possible flyer for the Ashes. Could be a bit of a shoot off or a audition really in the first few rounds of the Sheffield Shield to see who might partner Usman Khawaja at the top of the order for the Ashes. Likes of Constas and McSweeney and Harris and others in contention. Scott just updating BBC Radio Lancashire in the commentary box next door. I'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey sharing our drive time show as well. Hence the scores from elsewhere. They're actually back out playing again at Hove. Still delayed at the Oval. So Matt Parkinson with the ball, only 11 overs old, but is going to come in and replace Joey Everson. Chopped off the back foot by Bohannon for a single. He moves to 10, 45 for 2, 258 behind Lancashire. I really don't know why Kent decided to bat again after lunch. I think it really was rather unnecessary. They'd have been better off declaring and getting out there and bowling a little bit sooner perhaps, in my opinion, and in the opinion of Sydney, who got in touch on the emails earlier on. Round the wicket comes Parkinson, bowls. Yeah, thankful that there is sunshine overhead after the rainy start we had to the day, and proceedings didn't get up and running until 12:15. Kent ending up with an identical score to their first innings. They were 293 all out in the first innings and in the second innings as well, and thankful to Ekansh Singh, the England under-19 batter, for his new first-class best for the county from number 3. He ended up scoring 60 and shared in a half-century stand with Matt Quinn, who's taken 2 wickets for Kent in this Lancashire innings so far. The visitors 45 for 2. Quinn scoring a thoroughly entertaining 42 off 38 balls with the bat, and then has removed both the Lancashire openers, both caught behind by Harry Finch. Wells for 19 and Jennings for 4. Bohannon and Harris at the crease at the moment. 255 more runs normally required for Lancashire to win. That feels like a long way off at the moment, as Kent perhaps go and search for a real quick cluster of wickets to see if they can win this game. But in Division 1, Sussex are back out there at Hove against Hampshire after rain delays as well. They're 224 runs behind, 9 second innings wickets remaining, 53 for 1 on the board. Could have any matter of the 3 results, win, loss or draw for Sussex today. And Surrey delayed at the Oval due to the weather. 391 for 8 declared in their second innings, and Warwickshire 60 for 1 in reply, still 330 runs shy. So could be a variety of results, still plenty to play for this afternoon for our 3 teams, as that one keeps low from Matt Parkinson, the leg spinner, against his former county. Commentary continues as Lancashire reach 50 for 2 via the BBC Sport app and website. So Parkinson's over, going by with Harris moving on to 7, and they're on 12. 6 runs off the Parkinson over, and that last one did just keep a little bit low from around the wicket to the left-hander. Bit of an inside edge down towards the fielder. Various helmets and whatnot being lobbed around. Jaden Denley appears to be putting one on. Quite sure where he's about to go stand.
Well, he might be slip, but kind of just creeping a little nearer.
Seemingly so.
There's Cohen to Harris. Drops it back down the pitch. Gathered by Cohen, no run. You mentioned some of the other scores there, just looking at the Durham match. They got to tea at Chelmsford. Essex still needing to take 3 Durham wickets. Durham lead by 19 runs. I think they've taken tea early because of thunder and lightning. So I think they've gone off a little bit early because there's lightning around. Going left arm over, balls to Harris, defends a ball that's straight, and has to up onto his toes and then just drops it back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
So effectively Durham kind of 19 for 7, if you will.
But they hang on there, isn't it?
Yeah.
That'd be a big win for Essex if they can defeat Durham.
Meanwhile, Yorkshire are actually 69 for 7 at Taunton.
That's their first innings, isn't it?
Miles behind.
50 for 2 here, Lancashire, in their second innings. Going to Harris. Tapped away to the leg side this time.
Leicestershire 58 for 1 at Grace Road, still needing over 250 to beat Gloucestershire. Feels like it might be stretched too far possibly for the leaders. Still delayed at Lords between Middlesex and Derbyshire.
Kind of keeps it going, doesn't it? Especially if Glamorgan Northants finishes in a draw.
Looks likely to at the moment.
So kind of Derbyshire, Middlesex, Glammy. Going balls to Harris. Took a quick single. He just nudged it away towards the leg side. Say quick single. He might have been out had it been a direct hit potentially. Running up towards the non-striker's end. The pick up and throw from mid wicket. It's a hurried 1 for Harris. He moves to 8. 51 for 2.
It was a slightly risky run. Moves him on to 8, as you say, and 12 for Bohannon. After Quinn removing both the openers, Jaden Denley's taken off his helmet and has now gone to a leg gully position here. So there's a slip and a gully and then a leg gully. Getting a bit funky with the field.
It's Cohen to Bohannon, angling towards him. flashed away off his toes out towards the leg side boundary. It's square leg for 1. Takes him on to 13, 52 for 2. Brings Harris back on strike. Will Denley pop the helmet back on in that kind of slip position? I think he did. He's going to the wrong side. Captain Finch says, wrong way, mate.
Tee, by the way, is at 3:25, so in 15 minutes.
Final ball of the over. Cohen to Harris, drives through extra cover. Moves on to 9. And 53 for 3 at the end of the over. As Ben saying, nudging towards that tee break.
We're all a bit thrown off in terms of the timings today.
I'm completely confused.
Because of course we played until 1 o'clock, which is what we normally do when it's at 11 o'clock start. But we technically should have started at 10:30, but only got underway at 12:15. If that makes any sense.
Perfect sense.
Bit of a conversation between skipper Harry Finch and Matt Parkinson. Harry Finch was telling Matt Cole the other day that he's never captained before. Of course, he'd never really kept wicket before he started doing it for Kent's second team, and subsequently getting a contract as the backup to Sam Billings, and with Ollie Robinson and Jordan Cox moving on, etc. And this one defended away by a skipping Harris coming forward to Matt Parkinson. Yeah, he's a new man in his 30s, Harry Finch, here at Kent, rather than the young opening batter that he once was while in a Sussex shirt in the early stages of his county career. Very wide, that delivery from Parkinson, but spins down the slope. He's bowling from this pavilion end with the help of the slope and trying to turn it into the left-handed Harris there before he collected the single, and he'll now bowl to Josh Bohannon. Is that club captain Daniel Bell Drummond going for a little wander around the boundary's edge? Parkinson bowls, it's cut away into the offside, straight to Corey Flintoff. Of course, Bell Drummond was deemed fit enough to play in the T20 at Old Trafford on Saturday, but not deemed to be fit enough to play in a 4-day county championship fixture at this stage of his recovery. This one's driven off the back foot up towards mid-on. Bearing in mind he picked up a pretty nasty knee injury like 6-7 weeks ago. It was a really tight turnaround for him to be fit for that game, and they probably took a little bit of a punt really with him to feature. This one's defended into the hands of Dawkins at Silly Point, so perhaps no real surprise that he's not playing this week. As Parkinson again bowls to Bohannon. Oh, drives it into the hands of, or between the legs rather, of Dawkins. There was a shout of catch it. Would have had to have been some sort of lightning reflexes to do so. Quinn coming back onto the field of play. I think Ollie Curtis might have been on as the 12th man possibly. But Quinn now back out with his teammates. Lancashire 54 for 2. 249 now required to win. Yeah, Daniel Bell Drummond is out there in his tracksuit Kent gear with the physio, Dan George, who is typically wearing a sleeveless top and short shorts. So very different attire to Bell Drummond, who's slightly warmer out there, I'd imagine.
Going to Harris. Harris will tuck it away through the onside. And we'll come back for a couple. Moves to 12.
Trying to think if I've ever seen Kent physio down, George, wearing trousers? Probably not, to be honest.
No, it's probably is that just it's a bit like the ground staff. Is it a physio thing, that?
Yeah, maybe.
Because Sam Byrne, the Lancashire physio, he's the same, yeah.
Just shorts only.
Can't recall him wearing trousers.
If it's cold, you just stick a hoodie on.
Yeah, basically. 56 for 2. Going to Harris. Glance down towards fine leg this time, just for a single. Moves to 13. 57 for 2. Everyone changing, with Bannon being back on strike. Right-hander. Harris left-hander. He's got a slip. And a leg gully. Fine leg, deep square leg. Short mid wicket, mid on. Mid off, going balls. And Bannon pushes away into the offside.
Almost a Yorker length delivery, that one from Coe.
Yeah. Angled in towards him. He dug it out quite well, didn't he, Barnum? Jabbing the bat down.
Double checking the toe end of his bat to make sure he didn't crack it.
Back to his mark. Out in the distance. Mikey Cohen from the Nackington Road end. It's enormous sight screen behind him. The trees bustling away in the breeze beyond it. Short ball to Barnum. He'll crouch underneath it. Yeah, those trees from the Nackington Road end have been battered a bit in the last day or two. Certainly yesterday when the weather took a turn. Been pretty breezy since the lunch break. But sunshine, bright sunshine if windy. Still plenty of dry weather around as Cohen comes in and bowls to Bohannon. It's hammered away through the offside. And that'll be 4 for Bohannon. Towards the boundary and extra cover. Takes him on to 17, 61 for 2. Chance to have a little time in the middle here for Josh Bohannon. He might be on duty on Saturday at finals day. Lancashire. Not played much this season in the Blast, but he has played. There are 1 or 2 slots in the Lancashire side. As Cohen comes in and bowls. Just nibbles past Bohannon. It's a good delivery into the gloves of the keeper. It's the end of the over. 61 for 2 Lancashire. Just looking at Bohannon, I think he played in the first 4 group games and then didn't play after that. But it's possible he could feature at finals day for Lancashire.
Yeah, no Turner and Salt in the batting department. And like you say, he'd be a good experienced customer to bring into the team. Parkinson about to bowl to another in Marcus Harris. Defends this one out towards short leg. It's a leg slip and an orthodox slip for Harris, who shuffled down the pitch in the first innings to Parkinson and slightly sold himself. And the delivery that spun back. He comes down the pitch here and whacks it into the leg side. We'll get 4 runs. Daniel Bell Drummond's wandered off to go and pick it up, still with his hands in his pockets. That moves to 65 for 2, the Lancashire score. Both batters out there, Harris and Bohannon, have 17 apiece.
Yeah, he's not far off 1,000 runs for the season, isn't Marcus Harris?
Maybe 6 more from what you mentioned earlier on.
Could be.
Parkinson bowls, comes down the wicket and just plinks the ball up towards mid-on. Yeah, firstly he came down the pitch and slightly yorked himself and got bowled, didn't he?
Yes, yeah, the ball spun back inside the inside edge and onto the stumps.
So Parkinson trying to repeat the trick. This one is fielded by short leg as it's defended away.
Yeah, I think 23 coming into this innings would take Harris to 1,000 runs for the season.
Parkinson bowls to him. Or down the pitch he comes and whacks it into the onside all the way for 6 and 2, 1,000 runs for the season, Marcus Harris. What a way to do it, with a mighty blow into the leg side, all the way over the rope.
Yeah, well, if that is the case, which I think it is, then reflects a very, very good season for Marcus Harris and a team that has, certainly in the first 2 months, were way off it and struggling. He was the only thing that was kind of keeping it together, really, with the bat. Fabulous year for him.
23 not out from 34 deliveries as he defends this one from Parkinson. 10 off the over then with the 2 boundaries. Both little shuffles down the pitch and whacks into the leg side. We might even be an over away from tea time.
It could be. Yeah, 21 minutes past 3 is the time. 25 past will be the tea break. If that is the case, then in theory 34 overs would be remaining in the day, but
unless Kent can take one now or a few quick ones after tea, we might be closer to handshake territory come 4:30. Let's see, Michael Cohen's still running in with purpose.
he absolutely is. Yeah, and he's reinforced his leg side boundary with 3 and on the towards the boundary rope.
Suggests he might be plonking one in halfway up the pitch.
Here comes Cohen in and bowls, carved away through the offside by Bohannon, but picked up at mid-off. And there's no run. And down to that one slip, and then there's a gap to Flintoff, who's at in a catching gully position, cover point. And then mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, 3 out on the leg side boundary. Josh Bohannon, 17 not out. Cohen bowls to Bohannon, plays and misses. Ball just slides on past the edge of the bat, through to Finch.
There's had a couple of deliveries that have threatened to potentially take that outside edge.
Twirls the bat a couple of times, Josh Bohannon. Settles back into his crease, Cohen in again from the Nackington Road end, left arm over, and the short ball, which Bohannon ignores. He just bends his knees, ducks underneath it. This will be the final over of the afternoon session. A couple of wickets Lancashire have lost. Both openers, Wells and Jennings, both dismissed by McQuinn. again to Bohannon. Fuller ball, which is driven through straight mid-off. And come back for 2, Josh Bohannon. Takes him on to 19, 73 for 2. Couple of balls remaining of the penultimate session of the game.
Yeah, nicely played that from Bohannon. Good technique. Change bowlers Cohen and Parkinson, releasing a little bit of the early pressure that was created by Quinn with his 2 for 10, and Everson, who was tidy.
Cohen to Bohannon. Nips back in and beats him. Gone about waist height, and maybe just a fraction under to Bohannon, but it's gone right in between him.
Cohen almost feels like a wicket threat because of the fact that he doesn't always bowl it in the same place, and just runs in and bowls quick, and that sort of desire to bowl with speed rather than necessarily always direction means that he's kind of catching Bohannon out on occasion with the extra sort of skiddy style that he has.
Yeah, that did skid through, didn't it? At a good pace. Final ball then. Gets right in behind it this time, Bohannon to defend. And off the over. I think that's T as well. It is. Players heading off for the tea break. And the score at 73 for 2, Lancashire.
Yeah, the scoreboard on the electronic screen flashing up a picture of groundsman Riley, who's I think got his hood up on his hoodie. He's trying to hide himself away with his mugshot up on the screen, and he's being laughed at by his colleagues. But as we mentioned earlier on, 14 years in the job, and lovely to see him getting some recognition on his last day as the players head off the field. Harris 23, Bohannon 19. 2 wickets for Matt Quinn, and a really good spell with a new ball. Be back in about 15 minutes time, hopefully for some more cricket. The rain staying away thus far this afternoon at Canterbury. Join us then.
Now today, quickly we are saying goodbye to Ryan, who's a member of our extraordinarily hard-working ground staff after 14 years of dedicated service. And he couldn't have had much busier morning than this one. But on behalf of everybody at Cluberly, thank you very much, Ryan, and we wish you all the very best in whatever you do in the future.
Hello, hello, welcome back for what will be the final session of this game between Kent and Lancashire at Canterbury. The visitors 73-42. Brain and mouth were not in sync there. Still requiring a further 230 runs, Scott Reeds to win with 8 wickets remaining. Weather pending.
Yeah.
Slightly grey cloud rolling in and blocking out the sunshine that we've been greeted to for the past 2-3 hours.
Yes, it's been nice and pleasant, hasn't it? I saw a couple of Lancashire fans this morning that stayed down for the fourth and final day. I was chatting to a couple of them outside the Lime Tree, not the Lime Tree, whatever it's called now, cafe. And they were
People know what you mean.
You know what I mean, yeah. And they were hoping for some decent chunk of cricket before the big drive back to the northwest, so hopefully they've enjoyed it.
Here's Matt Parkinson bowling to Marcus Harris, who skips down the pitch and scampers through for a quick single. Moves to 24. Lancashire to 74 for 2. And he's gone out to the middle and decided that it's colder than he anticipated. So he's whistled up to the dressing room and said, "Can someone grab my jumper, mate?" Bohannon on strike with a posse of fielders in close comfort as he drives off the back foot up towards Rizvi at mid-on. Short leg. Silly point. And a slip in play. I think Silly Point might even be a sub-fielder. Down the pitch comes Bohannon, scoops it slightly in the air for a moment, but then past Rizvi at mid-on. Away to the boundary. Wonder if it's Ollie Curtis at Silly Point. Ben Dawkins at short leg and Jaden Denley at slip. Everson at cover. Mid on, mid off. There's a back pointer sweeper on the offside. Likewise on the leg side, which is where Bohannon plays this next delivery off the back foot out towards Matt Quinn. He's got a nice long sleeve jumper on himself. I did think as I went, I did go out and they had the presentation for groundsman Riley during the interval, but it really was blustery out there. I felt like I was going to be blown off course en route to grabbing a quick snack, as this one's turned past the fielder at leg slip by Harris. Diving substitute fielder trying to clutch it. Before Parkinson comes in again, and it's chipped once more on the one bounce, in fact, up towards Cohen. As extra layers are being brought out. One for Jaden Denley, seemingly. And then another for Marcus Harris.
Well, he's heading back to warmer climes, isn't he, soon enough?
Yeah, indeed.
Bit of a battle to get the jumper on, isn't it? The wind's blowing. battling the breeze.
Yeah.
Matt Quinn from the Nackington Road end, who got things up and running with the new ball. Lancashire's second innings picked up, well, the only 2 wickets so far. Both openers have been and gone, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. So 2 for 10 for Quinn.
My phone says it's already raining in Canterbury.
Ah, we had this the other day.
Yeah,
didn't we?
it's
quite
not. It's
exciting.
not currently at the ground, but there is a cloud beginning to loom large overhead.
There is. Quinn into Bohannon, who drives to mid-off. There's no run. I suspect if we were to get a shower, then that probably would be that, wouldn't it?
Could well see out proceedings.
Shame about the weather this morning, because I think without that, if we had a full day, or at least started on time, the possibility of having a slightly a game that's got some jeopardy on it, that's got something in it.
A slightly closer outcome.
Yeah. Cut away by Bohannon.
Still think Kent could have declared rather than waited to be bowled out, but
Yeah.
there we are.
Just the time loss seemed to just, well, obviously it reduced the possibility of either side winning in truth, didn't it? But certainly it took away any chance of Lancashire winning, because they just didn't have the overs left to,
Yeah, indeed.
to score the runs.
I thought Kent probably could have gambled with a 250 lead, but they seemingly didn't want to roll the dice in that regard.
Quinn to Bohannon, straight ball which he tucks away off his pads through the onside. The unmistakable shimmy of a Matt Parkinson chase from mid-on, shuffling away towards the towards the ball to catch up with it. Bohannon's run 3 in the process. He moves to 27, 82 for 2.
The first drops of rain appearing on our windows, despite the fact that there appears to be a burst of sunshine over the top of the Frank Woolley stand. The ground staff are poised over on the far side by one of the plastic sheets.
So one last piece of work for Riley to do before
indeed.
he can
Only fitting, perhaps,
yes.
on his last day.
Down the leg side, they're claiming for a little tickle by Harris, the umpire slapping his right thigh, which I suspect is the clue to what he thinks that's just brushed off. They do look a bit menacing, those clouds, don't they? Towards the right.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier on, some of the, well, even greyer clouds than the one we've got above skirted around us this morning. Might not be so lucky with this one. Might have a rainbow behind us somewhere.
That sounds lovely. 82 for 2. Quinn in balls to Harris, who defends to mid-on.
Those that are watching via the live stream will only see the ground bathed in sunshine, rather than the ugly cloud and the rain that has since begun falling.
Yes, viewers via the Kent stream, it looks beautiful. Well, it is lovely in Canterbury, but there is some rather ugly clouds not far away. Brutish looking cloud away to our right. Oh, it's a nice ball with a bit of lift and carry through to the keeper. That as Harris prodding forward. I think this could be it.
Two umpires are looking at one another, looking at the cloud.
They're a bit, aren't they?
Kind of jogging through, as if to say we're fine to stay here. Nobody's appealing to come off the field. It's hard to even tell looking at the live stream that it's actually raining, bizarrely. Mainly because it's quite windy, so the camera's being buffeted by the wind. But it actually is some fairly sort of significant drizzle. There's the old rainbow way over the top of the flats, Freeman House. Short ball, pulled away with some ferocity by Bohannon. Yeah, good tumbling stop by Matt Quinn on the boundary. Yeah, a faint rainbow in the distance. Parkinson dragged that delivery a little bit short. It was aggressively struck.
Oh, it was a good piece of work by the big ball, wasn't it, on the boundary there?
Just going to come around the wicket now, Parkinson. To Harris. Shouts of catches. It's flicked past short leg and some work to do for Ekansh Singh in the deep. Sprightly effort in the field from him, although it was a slightly wild throw. They collect 3 runs, a 50 partnership between Bohannon and Harris to perhaps just ease any worries that Kent might be about to skittle through after taking the 2 wickets of the openers and mount a pursuit for victory. This pair have steadied the ship. That's Parkinson bowls to Bohannon. Flicks off the back foot, off his hip away out towards deep square for a single.
So, you can do these Super 6 predictions, can't you, for the football of the weekend? Where you kind of, I think it's like a free thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
and you
it is.
Have a little go at picking some football games and the results. Well, I was asked by my dad to do it for him because he's away on holiday. I don't think he's happy with my selections.
Is he not? Outrageous. Parkinson bowls. No ball from Parkinson. This one's out towards the deep on the leg side. Well, he also asked us to, he asked you, and you asked me to join in to help out because he wasn't doing very well.
No.
So the fact that he doesn't like our predictions perhaps suggests that he's been of a different train of thought to us.
I think you could be right onto something there.
So maybe he needs to back our selections after all. So this one is drilled away through the covers by Bohannon. It was lofted up by Parkinson. It's been whacked away past cover for 4. So we've had 2 no balls in this over, in fact, by Parkinson. I only spotted 1 actually. This has ended up being a rather expensive over with the extra balls and now that boundary and the 3 that Harris had already plundered.
There's 40 players in his league.
Yeah.
And he's 35 out of 40, and he's moved up 2 places before the international break. So on what grounds he's basing these?
Yeah, I'm not sure why. As you say, he doesn't feel like he's on a.
No, it's like he's top of the league, isn't it?
Particularly strong stance to back his own thought process as this one's driven away. I mean, I don't want to blow our trumpet, but we are 2 BBC football journalists and commentators as well as cricket. I'd like to think between the 2 of us,
get them all wrong,
that we might be able to have some sensible predictions at least that your dad might not disagree with as this one's cut away out towards the sweeper on the offside.
Maybe he's deeply offended at my prediction that Liverpool will beat Burnley 2-0.
I mean, we even were looking up the stats earlier on, the head-to-head history.
We did.
records.
We put some effort into it, didn't we?
We did, yeah. I feel offended that he's offended as this one's driven back up the pitch by Harris for a single. We are still playing here at Canterbury, and in fact, we might have even negotiated our way past the big ugly cloud because there's still sunshine, as you can see on the live stream for those of you that are watching via the club's channel. And there's a little bit of blue sky again in the distance. Just a few extra little spots of water on our windows. But fair play to the umpires and for the 2 teams for sticking it out. Saying we'll play through this little shower of rain.
Because that did look, that could be it, couldn't it? It looked like it was blowing our way, and then that would be...
Seems to have blown through quite quickly, actually.
Ground staff look, well, they've gone. They went across to the covers.
Yeah, they did. They went and stood on hand, ready if needed.
Quinn to Harris. Drives to middle. And there's no run.
Liam actually sent a message saying it's raining by the office, but apparently bone dry in the middle. That's very bizarre. Talk about localised showers. One side of the ground is dry, the other it's raining.
Quinn in to Harris. And defends, drops it away into the offside.
Like I say, it was raining earlier on, and I was looking up at the clouds thinking, there's blue sky up there. Where's this rain coming from?
Yeah, you were quite confused by that.
I was very confused. We often talk about the Canterbury microclimate. Thought they'd invented rain from blue sky. It's just very peculiar.
Harris on 29, Quinn in balls. Harris drives, he'll get 4. The ball disappearing out towards deep backward point.
And that's the 100 up as well. Just in time for our 4 o'clock updates. Is it 4 o'clock? It is, yeah. So Scott will take a couple of steps to his right to update BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Kent update into our joint drive time show with Sussex and Surrey. So I better look at the scores elsewhere in that regard. Is there any sign of cricket in those games? Yeah, they are playing at Hove and the Oval. As Harris defends this delivery from Quinn. Sussex have lost a couple of wickets. Warwickshire haven't. Still delayed between Essex and Durham. Durham 19 ahead but 7 down in their second innings. Is rain going to save them at Chelmsford? As Quinn around the wicket, bowls. Firmly driven by Harris into the covers, neat stop. Yorkshire 132 for 9 at Taunton. Only in their first innings there. Nottinghamshire having won earlier by 3 wickets at New Road. Delay at Grace Road with Leicestershire 93 for 1, 222 runs behind against Gloucestershire. Thick edge down towards vacant third man. 4 more for Marcus Harris, who moves on to 37. 34 for Josh Bohannon, 106 for 2. Result match drawn at Lords between Middlesex and Derbyshire. So that one has drawn to a conclusion. Morgan 233 for 6 at Northampton. That one's very much heading towards a draw, as this match may well be. Here at Canterbury. Gust of wind on the FX mic can change in around the field for Matt Parkinson. Seem to be sending fielders out to the leg side boundary for Josh Bohannon. Matt Quinn's gone to retrieve his cap. Yeah, they're playing at the moment here, have had some rain interruptions on the 4th day, which is likely going to result in this match ending in a draw. Lancashire 107 for 2 in their second innings. Kent 293 all out earlier on, with Ekant Singh making 60, a new first-class best for him. Matt Quinn is the man who's taken both the wickets in this innings, having made 42 with the bat earlier on. Harris on 37 at the moment is unbeaten for Lancashire, and Bohannon on 35. They've just stopped, in fact, at Hove between Sussex and Hampshire in Division 1, with Sussex 84 for 3 in their second innings, but having not really played at all yesterday, it may well be that the weather saves them from a defeat against Hampshire, or indeed a chance to win that game. And then Surrey in play at the Oval, Warwickshire 73 for 1, trailing by 316 runs, so a long way behind, but Surrey still need a further 9 wickets to win that match. So all of those matches are still plenty of results possible on this final afternoon of this latest round of games. You can hear all of them live right now via the BBC Sport app and website. I'm indeed correct. Thank you to Adam for backing me up there, the presenter of our drive show. It's Parkinson bowls. Pushed away into the covers. Here comes Parkinson again, round the wicket. And they'll skip down the pitch and out towards mid-wicket. So 3 singles and 2 dots so far in the over from Parkinson. Bowls for the final time. There's a shout for something. It was a slip fielder diving to retrieve the ball. Nothing's been given out. I would assume that LBW is the original shout, and then Jaden Denley tried to grab the ball. Yeah, I think the ball snuck underneath the bat of Harris and then hit the pad. Matt Parkinson inquiring what the umpire's view of it was. Not sure if it maybe hit him on the back leg, and therefore he thought there was a pretty good chance of that being out LBW, Matt Parkinson. He seems slightly bemused, but it is indeed the end of the over. Harris still there on 38, Bohannon to take strike of the next over on 36. Target 303, Lancashire 109 for 2.
Called it a draw at Lords, Middlesex, Derbyshire. With plenty of bad weather around on the final day of that fixture. So Middlesex, Derbyshire finishes in a draw at Lords. Oh, Quinn's in and pulls away at the last moment. And then, he pulled away because he
landed awkwardly, didn't he?
Something doesn't feel right, does it? Oh, and he's heading off. Oh, this is a real shame for Quinn. Let's hope it's just a kind of precautionary thing where he's heading off. But was it on his follow through? Did he land? Was it in his approach?
Was his landing.
Oh dear. He's shaking his head too. Well, he's had a fabulous game. He's bowled beautifully for Kent with the he's giving it the old I can't carry on job. So that's a real shame for Matt Quinn. Brilliant fun to watch with the bat a little bit earlier today, and bowling beautifully in the match for Kent. Let's hope it's nothing too long term.
Well, that's a real shame indeed for Matt Quinn, whose afternoon comes to an end. Corey Flintoff on to replace him as another substitute fielder, and then Mo Rizvi will have a first bowl in this second innings from the Nackington Road end.
Yes. Yeah, well,
that's tough to see for Matt Quinn, who's had an injury hit season.
whatever it was, whether it was on his as he landed or whether it was on his approach, he felt something, or what. Either way, he knew straight away, didn't he? He dropped the ball and just kind of made his way off.
Yeah, I feel like it was as he landed. So maybe a calf or some sort of leg muscle injury as he landed on that front leg.
Well, let's take the shine off what was and what has been a good game for him. So more Rizvik I said to complete the over, but he actually didn't start it, did he? That was the first ball of the over. He's gone short and wide down the leg side, and Bohannon helps himself to 4. On the pull, down towards deep backward square leg, moves himself to 40. Nice timely little runs here for Josh Bohannon. He's got a very good chance of playing on Saturday at finals day for Lancashire, you would think. And a bit of time in the middle and some runs under his belt, I'm sure will be welcome ahead of Saturday. 113 for 2, Ritzby bowls. And Bohannon drives away for the offside this time. 4 more. There's a dive at cover, but time that well enough to beat the dive. 4 more brings Bohannon to 44 not out. 117 for 2.
Not a great over so far for Kent. Quinn tried to start it, got injured. Rizvi's been hit for 4 in his first 2 deliveries of this second innings.
Rizvi 2, Bohannon, and he adds another 1 to his total. Working it out towards the leg side for a single, takes him on to 45. 118 for 2. And just the 3rd game this season, isn't it, for Matt Quinn in the county championship? I look down there, the list of matches bowlers used this season. There's Rizvi's in, that's defended by Harris for no run. There's nobody that's played more than 9 games this season. I mean, it's a reflection of the injury issues that Kent have had. I mean, Joey Everson's played in 9 of them. There's Rizvi's in to Harris, no ball. There's Harris reverse sweeps and probably run away down the slope for 4. As well as the 2 for the no ball as well. You counter that for Lancashire and their bowlers. You look at Bohannon, you look at Bailey's bowl has played 10 of the games. Bolson's played 12 of the games. It's quite. There's not many bowlers that have bowled a lot.
Yeah, Parkinson 8, Everson 9.
Including this one. It's defended by Harris towards the leg side for no run.
But yeah, there's no frontline seamer that's been ever present throughout the season.
I mean, I suppose you don't get someone bowling all the time, do you? Your seamers are always kind of, certainly when you're playing so many in the first couple of months, pushed away by Harris for no run. So ideally you probably don't want end of the over. You don't want one bowler kind of playing every week, do you? You want to be able to rotate it, but is that more of a reflection on Kent's injury battles?
I think it probably is, to be honest. I guess someone like a Tom Bailey, a bit more of a kind of steady, experienced seamer who's less injury prone and
they've got 2 bowlers Lancashire that are Bailey's bowled played in 10 of the games this season, and Bolderson's played in 12 of the matches this season. So played every game, Balderson. So, but it's been a challenge, it would appear, for Kent to keep people fit and playing.
It's not a new issue either, in fairness. They've had injuries to bowlers in previous seasons as well, like Sir Grant Stewart, Nathan Gilchrist, Matt Quinn this campaign, Chaz Singh played a lot last season but picked up an injury early on in this campaign, as it's an attempted half pull, half sweep shot from Bohannon to this one from Parkinson. He admittedly has been available all season, Parkinson. The games he missed would have been early season when Kent opted to go without a frontline spin bowler. This one's played off the back foot and it is a misfield by Michael Cohen. And they will get a single as a result. So yeah, I believe Parkinson has been fit and available all season, but I think it might have even been in the first couple of games that they won. Kent didn't pick a spinner on the pitches they were playing, etc. Obviously got Matt Milnes coming back next season, Kent, who himself has had injury issues which have hurt his time at Yorkshire. This one's defended away by Harris, but has been back fit this summer, certainly in recent weeks in the One Day Cup, etc. for Yorkshire. So yeah, Matt Milnes coming back to the club with Sam North East next season. Harris comes down the pitch. There's a throw at the stumps for a run out. There was an appeal for leg before.
It's all out now.
He's still there on 42.
But a good diving, didn't he? Got a good response there, Harris. Went leaping back into his crease. I think it's Denley, isn't it?
Yeah, Jaden Denley that had the little flick at the run out. This is Parkinson again. It's looped up. The sub-fielder has snatched it out of the sky. Umpire says there was no bat. He might have even ballooned up off the toe. Getting a chance to look again now. Yeah, it was an attempted reverse sweep, and the ball's just ballooned up with the short leg fielder off the toe of Marcus Harris as he steers this one around the corner. Rather dramatic tumbling stop by Joe Denley, which seemed slightly unnecessary. Akansh Singh appears to be loosening up in case he is required to bowl some seam here. But yeah, Parkinson getting a good bit of turn in that over to the left-handed Harris. Looks like Mo Rizvi may not be coming back after that one over that he bowled went for 15, so Joey Everson is handing his cap and jumper to the umpire. Slightly feel for Rizvi in the sense that Kent have picked 2 leg spinners for this game, but only one of them can bowl from this pavilion end and utilise the slope to assist said leg spin. So Rizvi is almost trying to turn it up the slope every time he's bowled from the Nackington Road end, which his action is as such that he's not a big kind of grip it and rip it type spinner anyway. He's more of a kind of pushes it out of the fingers, and has got different varieties and variations, quite a good googly. But yeah, so I do feel a little bit for him. Maybe hasn't had the best conditions or the best end to bowl from, to be specific, as a leg spinner number 2 in the team.
Yeah, it's just that one over. Joey Everson coming back. Draw in the game at Grace Road, Leicestershire against Gloucestershire. Finished there for the day. Everson bowls to Bohannon, goes for the Yorker first up, and Bohannon just jabs the bat down.
These two not far off half centuries. Can't be far off a century stand. What was the score? 34 was it when Quinn took that second wicket?
Everson from the Nackington Road then bowls and just comes back in towards Bohannon. Jabbed it away into the offside, no run. Draw between Sussex and Hampshire as well. in Hove.
So that one all done and dusted then. They've had some rotten weather over the last couple of days on the south coast.
Bohannon's bowled. Everson gets one to sneak through and ends a partnership between Bohannon and Harris. It was worth 91 runs. Bohannon goes for 46 and Joey Everson picks up his first wicket off stump, off the ground, and Lancashire 3 down.
Part of me wonders if that was a bit of an off-cutter or a scrambled seam, cross-seam delivery. Turned round and pointed at Joe Denley there at mid-on, and seen on the replay Everson giggling away, pointing at Joe Denley. So seemingly Uncle Joe's given him a little bit of a suggestion, a little bit of a hint what he might be able to bowl at Josh Bohannon there, and he's executed it perfectly. A little bit of nip back down the slope and the ball crashing into the top of the off stump, which dramatically came out of its hole in the ground, and Everson has himself a first wicket in this second innings and breaks the partnership. 125 for 3, and Bohannon's little audition for finals day comes to an end.
Yeah, it came back in quite a bit, that, didn't it? Past the inside edge.
Thoughts about what Lancashire might do? Lancashire supporters, get in touch. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you would like to use that on what you think the batting order might be in the absence of Turner and Salt. Does Matty Hurst get promoted up the order, perhaps?
Well, Hurst didn't play in the quarter-final, so I think he's probably a shoo-in to come back in. Take the gloves as well.
It will just be a question of who bats where, possibly. Between Wells, Jennings, Bohannon, Hurst, etc. Jones, Alderson.
125 for 3 then. A couple of slips in place. Ooh, and that hits Hurst. Just popping up, takes his bottom hand off the bat and then rings it a right hand a couple of times. And comes creeping down the pitch to take a closer look and shakes his right hand again. Just a little bit of bounce he wasn't expecting. It nipped back in towards him as well. Awkward one to get first up. Matthew Hurst by Joey Everson. Mid wicket comes a little tighter in. Plays off the front foot and defends this time. Ricochets away to mid wicket. And there's no run. Awkward time to go out and bat, really, isn't it? Right at the back end of the day, right at the back end of the match. Okay, gets one to come back in towards Matty Hurst. He's up for the LBW. It felt like that could be a bit high. I don't know whether he's hit it or not from where we're looking now, but maybe height the biggest issue on that. But it's a wicket maiden for Joey Everson, so it's a fabulous over back in the side. End of the over. 125 for 3. First on Naught and Harris on 42. Good stuff by Joey Everson. He's bowled predominantly from this pavilion end in this game, because Quinn's had it from that top end and with the new ball. He's made the most of the slope there, because he's got the ball to come back in a few times. He's struck Hurst on the glove, I think, in the first delivery he faced. He's had an LBW shout as well. Parkinson's
continue from the pavilion end. Rather rather gloomy Canterbury at the moment as Harris skips down the pitch and drives to deep mid-off, or deep mid-on rather. George Garrett loitering on the boundary's edge with a drinks bottle. Cloud over our overhead at the moment, just blocking out the sunshine that was bathing the ground, going over the top of the Frank Woolley stand. So yeah, a little bit gloomy at the moment as Parkinson from around the wicket is kicked away really, or kneed away by Matty Hurst. Such is the angle of attack from around the wicket, Parkinson, and the fact that you can't be out LBW as a right-hander to a delivery coming from around the wicket. It's cut away by Parkinson. Yeah, the pitch is outside the line of leg stump. And you're fine to use the pad as he did that previous delivery before running hard there and coming back for two. A little back foot punch. Again, just moving their field around a little bit. We've got two slips now for the right-handed Hurst. Parkinson bowls, always cut away by Hurst. Coincidentally over the head of the second slip fielder Ben Dawkins, who's got the helmet on and just got moved there from silly point. I wonder if he'd have stood up tall there, if it might have bonked him on the nose. As it was, it just flashed past him for a couple more runs.
A tall lad to get the ball over the top of.
Indeed. Parkinson bowls again. Driven off the back foot into the leg side by Hurst. Towards Mo Rizvi. Parkinson's going to come back around the wicket. And then move Dawkins to leg slip, leg gully. So short leg and leg slip, orthodox slip. Round the wicket bowls. Little hint of outside edge with the push from Hurst out towards backward point. 130 for 3 at the end of the over.
Leicestershire have been promoted.
Ah. Due to results elsewhere, possibly?
Seems so, yeah.
I guess they needed 21 points to guarantee promotion, but because the teams below them haven't won, because of that Middlesex and Derbyshire draw.
Congratulations to Leicestershire, 22 years away from the top division. They have won promotion back into it.
Yeah, they've had some tough times in recent years as well, haven't they, Leicestershire fans? Generally been nearer the bottom of the Division 2 table rather than up the top.
Around the wicket comes Everson to Marcus Harris.
Fancy you'd have got some decent odds probably on Leicestershire winning Division 2 at the start of the season. Everyone would have been looking at Lancashire and Middlesex, maybe Northants. Kent after they won the first couple of games. I'm not sure many would have been predicting a Leicestershire, Glamorgan, Derbyshire top 3.
Single for Harris. Takes him to 44.
Somerset and Yorkshire have shaken hands. Not long after, obviously, Sussex and Hampshire did.
Over the wicket to Hurst comes Joey Everson, pushed away into the offside for no run. Yeah, because the game at Lords, Middlesex Derbyshire finished in a draw. According to the BBC Sport website, that draw for Leicestershire, securing the promotion. Dropped into the offside by Hurst, and there's no run.
Yeah, I've seen some comments on there from Richard Ray, who's the BBC Radio Leicester commentator, of course, saying it's hard to argue that Fox's promotion is not deserved, and I think he's probably right.
Just a bit, yeah.
6 wins in total, more than any other side. Yeah, fair enough. Well,
Off the back foot this time goes Matthew Hurst. Plays it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. .131 for 3. Final ball of the over coming up. Just a single off it. Potentially 24 overs left today, but she will get there. And that's played away to mid-on this time. Tidy stuff from Joey Everson. Lancashire 131 for 3. Yeah, some effort, hasn't it? 22 years away from the top division. Fabulous season for Leicestershire. First 2 months they were kind of unstoppable, weren't they? Just win after win. Beat Lancashire inside 3 days at Grace Road. Towards the first couple of months of the campaign. Brilliant story to see Leicestershire up.
you can go there next week.
They'll be on the beach
Well, be gunning for
the title.
Yeah. Seemingly. Parkinson around the wicket. Gloomy Canterbury at the moment. Harris comes down the pitch, clips over mid-wicket. There's 2 fielders out on the leg side. Ekansh Singh gets round to do the fielding. And they come back for 2. Harris moves to 46. It almost feels darker than when we went off the bad light yesterday at the moment. Parkinson lobs this one up. So does the batter. It's been scooped over the head of the bowler up towards long on. Mikey Cohen runs around to do the fielding. He's at quite a wide long on. And Harris rather miscued it back over the bowler's head with a bit of a leading edge. Parkinson to him again. Looks like he's going to continue to try and skip down the wicket against Parkinson. Bowls here now, lobs this one up, drives into the hands of Silly mid-on. Almost hadn't noticed Ben Dawkins standing there. Still with his shin pads on, but it's taking his helmet off. Parkinson once more bowls. Oh, a little bit more flight, and it ended up being a bit of a... Well, I think Harris turned it into a full toss by advancing and driving into the leg side. So 1 run for him. And he's now just as there's the odd spot of rain beginning to fall. Harris 1 away from a half century. Parkinson to continue. A bowl here to Hurst. Just opens the face and turns this into the offside for a single. There's a possibility here that Marcus Harris half century might be the last act. The photographer in his Lancashire hat is running for cover. The ground staff are running to the covers. Harris is flicking this into the leg side. They're going to scamper through for the single that brings Marcus Harris his half century from 69 balls with 5 fours and a 6 as the rain starts to fall here at Canterbury. Matt Parkinson gets his hat back off the umpire, and that could well be that. Harry Finch, the wicketkeeper, takes off his glove. Bit of a discussion with the umpire. The players are going to head off the field. seemingly for a rain delay rather than for the conclusion of the game, although the umpires are taking all of the stumps out. There was no shaking of hands as such between Harry Finch and the Lancashire captain Marcus Harris.
If that's his last act of the season, Marcus Harris, then he's 50 not out. He's passed 1,000 runs. He's had a brilliant first year with Lancashire.
So the rain falls at Canterbury and the players head off. And the groundsman Adrian Long shaking hands with the two umpires there, and seems to be a bit of confusion about what the situation indeed is as the pitch cover is being rolled on to the wicket. It very much appears that we are not officially done yet. Kent seemingly keen to push for the wickets required for a possible victory, rather than shaking hands on the draw. Seemingly the umpires turned to Harry Finch and said, "Do you want to shake hands with Marcus Harris and call it a day?" And Harry Finch deciding that not just yet. So, I mean, if Kent were that desperate for a win, they could have declared a bit earlier on, couldn't they, with Lancashire 138 for 3. Albeit if they had declared earlier, victory target 250, they'd be maybe on, let's say, kind of 180 now. Would have been a very interesting finish. But, yeah, slight delay then here at Canterbury. And possibly even the conclusion of the match. In the meantime, we will take a break online, but keep an eye on our social media at BBC Kent Sport and on the BBC Sport app and website, on the live text blog. Thanks to the guys that have been on that over the last 4 days this week for all of the updates. Keep an eye on those sources for further news here from Canterbury with a rain delay late on day 4.
They're taking the boundary. Does that mean it's 10 minutes? Oh, it's just so that this is yeah, it's covering there. Yeah. I think I'm around. Yeah. Thank you.
much is down there? How much?
Practicing. What? Practicing. Practicing. Pick it up. I'm sorry. Whoever you
Well, if you're listening online still, that is indeed that for the game. Hello. Yeah, sure. I can pre-record something for Ryan now, possibly. Although I think they'll be in the. I think the Ken are going to be debriefing, so I can probably do live. Yeah, no worries.